Chapter 2072. Perhaps even a 5-crown divine warrior would not be able to withstand this sword. After calming himself down and recovering from his injuries, Suyu found the demonic beast again and continued to practice the 9th move. Soon, the roars of demonic beasts came from the beast map. This cultivation went on for 3 whole years. Huangfu Liang and Emo Shaochai also guarded the beast map, training to pass the time. On this day, the entire camp suddenly shook violently. Everyone seemed to have lost their balance and drifted forward on their own. Have we arrived at the next stop? Huangfu Liang woke up with a start and then calmed down. Every few years, Luohe would stop. According to the map, this should be a civilization called Xiaoye. Swish, swish. All of a sudden, a powerful aura descended outside the tent. The middle-aged man who was leisurely resting outside the cave residence immediately went out of the tent. He saw a blood-red coffin being carried by 8 people standing outside the camp. In front of the blood coffin stood an old man with black hair and exquisite clothes. There was a black beast horn on his forehead. His whole body emitted an unfathomable aura. The 8 people carrying the coffin were 8 feet tall, each with 8 arms and 4 eyes on their faces. The aura they emitted was also unfathomable. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank slightly. Immortals carrying the coffin, Dragonians leading the way. Could this be the legendary Yin-Yang merchant team? The Yin-Yang merchant team was a merchant team from the Great Beginning Realm. This merchant team consisted of 9 people. 8 of them were immortals with 8 arms and 4 eyes, while the other was a Dragonian. The strength of these 9 people was unfathomable. Some said they were peak 5-crown divine warriors. Some said they were pathmasters. And some said they came from the sacred mountain in the Great Beginning Realm. They walked along the path of Luohe and then came to a civilization to hold the Yin-Yang fate reversal. The so-called Yin-Yang fate reversal was a trade fair. The Yin-Yang merchant team would hold a trade fair. They would provide rare treasures, and others would pay the price. According to legend, all the treasures were in the blood-red coffin. The top treasures inside had even caused the Pathmasters to fight over them. The rarest thing was that the value of the treasures was much lower than in the market. Every time it appeared, it meant a great business opportunity. However, the place where it appeared was extremely random. Sometimes it appeared in the bustling crowd, and sometimes it was in the wilderness that no one knew about. If one encountered it alone and happened to be able to buy a peerless treasure, that would be a great fortune. This caravan was full of legends and mysteries. The middle-aged man had stayed in the Luohe Heavenly Eye for several thousand years, so he had already heard creatures from all over the world talk about them. But he never believed it to be true. How could there be such a strange caravan in this world? Now, looking at the Yin-Yang caravan that was extremely similar to the rumors, the middle-aged man's heart thumped wildly. At this moment, thousands of figures entered the Rahu Heavenly Eye from the civilization system below like bamboo shoots after the rain. They were all from the Day-Night Civilization Department. Without a doubt, they had sensed the appearance of the Yin-Yang caravan and chased after them. The shocking part was that there was actually a half-step Tao Lord amongst them. Their faces were burning with passion as they stared at the Yin-Yang caravan. The huge commotion caused a commotion in the entire campsite. More and more onlookers gathered. However, the Yin-Yang caravan did not do anything else. Instead, it remained where it was. The sky gradually darkened, and the faces of those who knew changed. Not good. Quickly find a dwelling to hide in. The 1,000 people who had just arrived rushed into the campsite and looked for dwellings. All of a sudden, all the dwellings were overcrowded, including the middle-aged man's cave. There were not enough dwellings, and even the corridor was occupied by people who paid a high price. The middle-aged man grinned from ear to ear. He had taken in more than 100 people, and every one of them had taken advantage of the situation and demanded 100 Tao coins. He had earned more than 10,000 Tao coins in one night. It was really a pleasant surprise. Boom! All of a sudden, the air trembled and the surrounding aura froze. A middle-aged man in a loose robe stepped into the cave. The middle-aged man's eyelids trembled slightly, and he immediately stepped forward. "Dear guest, I'm sorry, but the dwellings are full. If you don't mind, you can stay in the corridor." The middle-aged man in the loose robe before him was none other than the half-step Tao Lord from the Danite civilization. "Forget about the corridor. Since there are no dwellings, I'll take my leave." The half-step Tao Lord turned around and left. How could the middle-aged man miss such an important customer? He said, "Wait, let me think of a way for you." The middle-aged man turned his gaze toward the dwelling where Su Yu was and immediately knocked on the door. Huang Fu, Liang, opened the door and furrowed his brows. "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man said calmly, "A lord has come to lodge a complaint, and he is staying here temporarily. You have to bear with it for a night in the corridor." Upon hearing this, Huang Fu Liang almost thought that he had misheard, and his eyes turned cold. "Why should we give way?" The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at him. "This is the dwelling I built, and if I ask you to stay in the corridor, then just stay in the corridor. If you say another word, get out immediately." Huang Fu Liang was annoyed. "Are you mistaken? We paid for 10 years, so why are you chasing us away?" Before he could finish a sentence, Mo Xiaochai pulled him back and shook her head slightly, signaling him to stop talking. This was because Mo Xiaochai had already noticed that the middle-aged man was hiding an offensive talisman at the mid-stage of the 5-crown Emperor realm. She was pregnant now, and even if she could win in a fight, she would have to pay a huge price. Huang Fu Liang felt like his chest was about to explode. He had never seen such a bully. He snorted inwardly and suppressed his anger. He was forced to leave the dwelling with the beast map, and he had to stay in the corridor. After vacating the room, the middle-aged man smiled apologetically. "Dear guest, please come in." The half-step Tao Lord hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. In a world where the weak were prey to the strong, the weak did not have the right to be treated fairly. Huang Fu Liang felt humiliated, but he stayed with Mo Xiaochai in the ice-cold corridor for the whole night. The next morning, the beast map in his bosom suddenly trembled slightly. A space vortex appeared, and Su Yu, who was full of energy and wearing a smile, walked out of it. After 3 years of hard training, the returning ruins had finally cultivated to 30% of its level, and it was barely at the entry level. Although it was only at the entry level, the power of a single sword strike could kill an early-stage 5-crown Emperor realm demonic beast, no matter how strong it was. If he encountered a mid-stage 5-crown Emperor realm creature with a weak physique, he could also kill it with a single sword strike. As soon as he appeared, Su Yu realized that something was wrong with the environment. "Why are you in the corridor?" Su Yu was slightly surprised. Huang Fu Liang lowered his head and forced a smile. "No, nothing." Crack! As he spoke, the stone door of their dwelling opened, and the half-step Tao Lord walked out without looking at them. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "Why was our dwelling occupied by someone else?" Only then did Mo Xiaochai let out a faint sigh, and she told him everything that had happened. Su Yu's eyes turned cold when he learned that they had been driven out. Kind people get bullied. He probably thinks that we are easy to bully because we didn't resist. So you let out a faint sigh. I wanted to bear with it for a while, but it seems like he doesn't want it to be peaceful. "Let's find a place to talk," Su Yu said as he left the corridor with the two of them. At that moment, the middle-aged man was watching the half-step Tao Lord leave. He heard Su Yu's sigh, and he looked at Su Yu with disdain. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Although he said that, he still left the cave without hesitation, and he went to a spacious cave in the camp. Haha, what brings Nine-Headed Bird here? In the cave, a 3-meter-tall demon, whose whole body was covered with totems, was leisurely tasting fine wine. He was served by several wild beauties. The middle-aged man's name was Nine-Headed Bird. He put on a flattering smile and said, "In front of Lone Crocodile, I'm just a 9-headed bird." Lone Crocodile stood up, patted his belly, and said, "One doesn't come to a temple without a cause. Tell me, what's the matter?" "It's nothing. 3 guests came recently, and it seems like they're going to cause trouble. So, I paid some protection fees to you in advance, and I hope you can calm them down." Lone Crocodile's eyes lit up. "Oh, another fat sheep was slaughtered? How big are they?" "Not much. Just 1 Tao coin per night, and I've been collecting them for 10 years, Nine-Headed Bird said with a smile. He had concealed most of the figures. Lone Crocodile shook his head with a smile. "You black-hearted bird, aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate? With you here, so what if they are golden feet?" Nine-Headed Bird laughed. "As usual, I want half." Lone Crocodile stretched out 5 fingers. He also felt that he wouldn't run into a fierce dragon that he couldn't suppress. He was a middle-stage, 5-crown divine warrior, and he had several talismans that could allow him to attack at the peak of a 5-crown divine warrior. Unless it was a half-Dao lord, no one could do anything to him. Nine-Headed Bird handed over 15,000 Tao coins without hesitation. "All right, look for me if there's any trouble." Lone Crocodile waved his hand and sent Nine-Headed Bird away. They didn't know that a giant eye was slowly disappearing in the sky above their heads, and it was watching their every move. Somewhere in the campsite, Suyu opened his eyes slowly, and they flickered with green light. "Is he the one you're relying on?" After pondering for a moment, Suyu came up with a plan. After that, Suyu and the other 2 strolled around the campsite. It seemed like they were buying things, but they were actually gathering information. As expected, Nine-Headed Bird was a notorious black-hearted merchant in the campsite. He had cheated countless guests. However, Nine-Headed Bird was still safe and sound. This was because he knew how to bribe the experts in the campsite, such as Lone Crocodile, in addition to collecting money. He had encountered many vengeful guests, but they all ended up disappearing forever. This included the locals in the campsite. Although they hated Nine-Headed Bird's actions, they didn't dare say anything because they were afraid of Nine-Headed Bird's ruthlessness. Apart from relying on Lone Crocodile, Nine-Headed Bird was also a hidden early-stage 5-crown divine warrior. He claimed to be an early-stage 4-crown divine warrior, but he had accidentally revealed his early-stage 5-crown divine warrior strength a few times. Coupled with the fact that he had been operating for many years, he probably had a 5-crown divine warrior peak offensive talisman in his possession. After understanding this information, Huangfu Liang secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Mo Shaochai had stopped him from attacking. Otherwise, the consequences would have been hard to predict. Chapter 2073. Why do we need to plan ahead? Suyu shook his head. If they were at the peak of the 5-crown divine realm, it might be a problem. But if we only rely on talismans, we might be able to deal with them. Huang Fuliang's eyes lit up. He knew that Suyu would never speak without thinking. He must have his reasons for saying so. Haha, I have a feeling that the Nine-Headed Bird is going to be miserable. As the sky darkened, the 3 of them rushed back to the cave. Suyu's gaze was fixed on the Yin-Yang caravan, slightly surprised. Rumors about the Yin-Yang caravan could be heard everywhere in the campsite. They were almost mythical, and it was breathtaking. From yesterday until today, they had not left the same spot. Even when night fell, they did not move. When his gaze swept across the so-called coffin-carrying immortals and dragon men, Suyu felt a sense of danger. His instincts told him that those 9 people were extremely dangerous, and it was best not to offend them. As for the blood coffin, Suyu resisted the urge to look inside. The Yin-Yang Fate Reversal Conference will not be held on the Luoho. They are probably preparing to head to the next area and are taking the Luoho along the way. Huang Fuliang was regretful. However, it was enough to see the Yin-Yang caravan with his own eyes. As the sky darkened, the faint roars of beasts could be heard. Su Yu sat cross-legged in the cave, looking into the darkness. A bloody light was especially eye-catching. That was the light emitted by the blood coffin of the Yin caravan. It seemed to have a huge deterrent effect on the unknown beings in the darkness. None of the beasts dared to approach it. In the dead of night, the martial artists in the corridor were all resting. Su Yu's gaze wavered. It was time to act. He patted the little Kylan's head and said, "Can you determine the location of the lone crocodile in the night?" His stroll during the day had not been aimless. He had paid close attention to the lone crocodile's location. "Hee, would I forget?" the little Kylan said confidently. Su Yu nodded. "Then let's act according to plan." He slowly closed his eyes and pretended as if nothing had happened. The little Qilin on his shoulder silently displayed its special skill, turning real into virtual. Its entire body blended into the illusion, and no one could detect its presence. It snuck into the outermost cave abode, where the nine-headed bird was happily counting its recent gains. "Haha, I've earned another 30,000 Dao coins today. This Yin-Yang Chamber of Commerce is truly a fortune. Wealth is everywhere I go." Nine-headed bird carefully stored the Dao coins in his storage space. Looking at the dark sky outside, he habitually set up a powerful formation around the cave abode. Even the slightest movement could trigger a strong reaction from the formation. This formation required 100 Dao coins to be consumed in one night. The price could not be said to be low. However, Nine-headed bird had offended too many people over the years. If it wasn't careful, it would have died 100 times. But he never imagined that after he entered meditation, a purple illusory figure would silently enter, ignoring the formation and not causing any reaction. The little Kylan looked left and right. Finally, it used its talent in nothingness to stare at the side of the nine-headed bird. The little Kylan let out a sneaky laugh, then turned into a void and entered the space beside it. Without even causing a spatial fluctuation, it entered the immortal cave world. Wow! The little Kylan's eyes widened, shining brightly. What came into view was a dazzling array of treasures. There were rare items from different civilizations. There was a wide variety of them, and there were countless of them. Among them was a gold card with a balance of no less than 5 million Dao coins, which was 5 times Su Yu's current net worth. The little Kylan's eyes lit up, and it immediately accepted the card without hesitation. Then it kept all the treasures. However, the little Kylan obeyed Su Yu's instructions. It had to find any hidden 5-crown, peak-level offensive talismans. After some searching, it found a small hidden space in the space of the immortal cave world. When it opened it, there were 3 peak-level offensive talismans that were sealed. Haha, found it. The little Kylan swallowed them without hesitation. A moment later, the portable space was empty. Not even a single treasure was left behind. When the nine-headed bird checked the immortal cave world the next day, it would be a great surprise. After leaving the cave without a sound, the little Qilin ran out of the cave numbly without stopping its hooves, making its way into the dark night. As soon as it went out, it heard the roars of beasts. Then it gradually returned to silence. The little Kylan appeared in front of the lone crocodile's cave. Using the same method, it easily entered the lone crocodile's cave abode and swept away everything it had accumulated over the years. Not even a blade of grass was left. No, only a piece of the sleeves of the nine-headed bird's clothes was left. Returning to Su Yu's place, the little Kylan was proud of itself. It quietly offered up the things it had obtained. Su Yu examined it and was slightly shocked. Apart from the gold card with 5 million Dao coins, the nine-headed bird's net worth was no less than 3 million in resources. Altogether, it was about 8 million. The lone crocodile was even more impressive. His total assets were no less than 11 million. Both of you are jackals of the same tribe. I will accept all the money you have earned through the blackmail. Su Yu smiled lightly. The next morning, Many martial artists were still meditating when they were suddenly awakened by an earth-shattering roar. "Who stole my things?" The voice was filled with great panic and fear. The nine-headed bird stood at the entrance of the cave, wondering if it was having a nightmare. One night had passed, and all the things he had accumulated over the years were gone. He had examined the formation carefully. There were no signs that it had been disturbed. However, all the things in his storage space were gone. Someone must have stolen them. But who could it be? Who had the ability to pass through the formation without making a sound? "What are you shouting about?" The half-step Tao master walked out of the cave abode with a displeased look and stared at him. The nine-headed bird immediately hid his anger and said respectfully, "I didn't mean to disturb you. Something unbelievable happened, and I lost my composure." Only then did the half-step Tao master put away his displeasure and said calmly, "Are you suspecting us because your things were stolen?" Of course. He had checked his storage space before entering meditation last night. However, when he woke up this morning, everything had been stolen. In other words, the real culprit had attacked him last night. But at night, no outsider would be able to enter the cave. Therefore, the real culprit could only be one of the guests present. However, he dared not suspect the half-step Tao master. He could only say, "I don't dare suspect you. I believe you wouldn't do such a thing, but someone else." He looked around at the many guests, not bothering to hide his suspicions. "That's a matter between you and them," the half-step Tao master said calmly. He then left the cave abode and approached the Yin-Yang merchant group. He watched them carefully, fearing that they would leave without him knowing. Chapter 2074. He clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes dark. "I will give you one chance. Whoever did this, step forward and I will let bygones be bygones." What a joke! Why would anyone step forward? With nine-headed bird's viciousness, anyone who stepped forward would die. After waiting for a while, no one admitted. Nine-headed bird said darkly, "Not going to step forward? Fine. All of you, open your spatial storage devices and let me inspect them." Hearing this, the guests became agitated. Why? A mid-stage 4-crown emperor with a goat head snorted angrily. Interspatial storage devices were a martial artist's most private secrets. How could they let outsiders inspect them? Bang! Nine-headed bird answered him with a nomological technique. Combined with the peak 4-crown emperor's cultivation, the attack heavily injured the goat head. He lay on the ground, unable to move. "Because I am stronger than you," Nine-headed bird said coldly. The guests were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. Compared to exposing their privacy, their safety was more important. Therefore, after struggling for a while, many people gave up and prepared to let Nine-headed bird inspect their spatial storage devices. However, at that moment, a shocking aura suddenly descended upon the cave. Nine-headed bird was shocked and confused. Solitary crocodile. He walked out of the cave and hid his displeasure. He forced a smile. What brings boss here? He felt strange. He had just seen solitary crocodile yesterday. Why was he here today? Could it be that something happened? However, as soon as he walked out of the cave, Nine-headed bird's vision went black. A giant black fist smashed into his face. Instantly, Nine-headed bird cried out in pain. He was thrown deep into the cave. The entire cave shook violently as if it was going to collapse. At the cave entrance, solitary crocodile walked out angrily. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You little bastard, you dare to attack me? You must be tired of living." Nine-headed bird was hit for no reason and was heavily injured. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Boss, why did you?" Solitary crocodile took out a piece of torn sleeve and threw it at Nine-headed bird's face. He said coldly, "Why do you ask?" Nine-headed bird looked at the sleeve in surprise. "This is mine. Why is it in Big Brother's hands?" Ha! Ha! It's not just in my hands. It's in my storage space." Lone Crocodile's eyes were ice cold. Nine-Headed Bird was also confused and quickly explained, I think I accidentally gave a piece of my sleeve to Boss when I asked you to protect Fei-Fei. He racked his brain, but he couldn't remember handing over a piece of clothing to Boss. Hee, your protection fee is gone. My years of hard work are gone as well. All that's left in my storage space is this sleeve. Don't you think it's strange? Solitary Crocodile's face was filled with killing intent. Ah, Boss, you were also robbed? Nine-Headed Bird was shocked. He quickly opened his storage dimension and said, Last night, my storage dimension was also stolen. Lone Crocodile was taken aback. He looked at the Nine-Headed Bird with an even colder gaze. Don't play this game with me, Nine-Headed Bird. You stole my storage space and pretended to be a victim to get away with it, didn't you? Lone Crocodile said calmly, If I remember correctly, the reason you traveled for thousands of years was to enter the monster realm, right? The next stop is the monster realm. You want to take my things and run away, right? At that moment, Nine-Headed Bird could not explain what was going on even if he had 100 mouths. How did his sleeve end up in the solitary crocodile's storage space? Boss, please believe me. I'm also a victim. Lone Crocodile was a local tyrant and was overbearing. He wouldn't listen to Nine-Headed Bird's explanation. Moreover, he was a suspect. Why should he believe him? I don't care. I'll give you 1 day to return everything you took. Otherwise, I don't mind making a cave master disappear. In the past, it was always disobedient guests who disappeared. Now, it was very likely that Nine-Headed Bird himself would disappear. Deep fear filled his eyes. He wanted to explain himself, but he couldn't find a way to do so. Nine-Headed Bird fell into a state of panic and anxiety as he watched Lone Crocodile leave. He was the only one who knew that he hadn't stolen Lone Crocodile's storage space. If he was that capable, he wouldn't have needed to run a shady shop in a cave and risk his life to kill people. In just one night, the culprit had stolen from him and Lone Crocodile. This was enough to prove that the culprit had the ability to travel in the dark. There was only one person in Rahu who could ignore the dangers in the dark. The Yin-Yang trade caravan. Even half-step Dao lords wouldn't dare to travel in the dark. Only the Yin-Yang trade caravan could. Moreover, the theft happened right after the Yin-Yang trade caravan arrived. How could it be so coincidental? Could they be imposters of the Yin-Yang trade caravan? Nine-Headed Bird thought. There were many scammers in history who impersonated the Yin-Yang trade caravan. There are countless scammers who fell for them because almost no one had seen the Yin-Yang trade caravan before. They could only guess from the legends. The more Nine-Headed Bird thought about it, the more suspicious he became. If I find out that you're imposters of the Yin-Yang trade caravan, I won't let you off. Nine-Headed Bird stared at the Yin-Yang trade caravan and observed them in secret. As night fell, most of the martial artists were asleep. However, Nine-Headed Bird was still observing the Yin-Yang trade caravan. They were faintly discernible in the darkness under the illumination of the blood light. After waiting for a long time, an extremely light, cracking sound suddenly resounded from within the blood coffin. The sound was mixed with the low roar of a beast. If one didn't listen carefully, it would be very difficult to hear. Nine-Headed Bird's ears twitched. He immediately became alert and carefully observed the blood coffin. The lid of the blood coffin actually moved on its own, revealing a gap. A slender figure actually climbed out of the coffin and sneaked into the cave. Nine-Headed Bird was enraged when he saw this. It really was them. Because they possessed an ability that allowed them to not fear the dark, they snuck into caves in the dead of night to steal other people's belongings. Damn it! Not long after, the slender figure returned to the Yin-Yang trade caravan and spoke to the dragon man who led the way. Reporting to the 9 great paragons, there's no fated person worth trading with, the slender figure said. The dragon man nodded slightly and said, We'll leave Rahu tomorrow. As he spoke, he glanced in Nine-Headed Bird's direction. The next day at dawn, the night had just receded when Lone Crocodile's powerful aura descended upon the cave. Nine-headed bird, one day has passed. Are you going to hand over my things? Or do you want me to send you on your way? Lone Crocodile said calmly. Nine-headed bird hurriedly walked out and took out a memory crystal. Big brother, please calm down. Please take a look at this. Lone Crocodile glanced at it casually, but his eyes were fixed on the image. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, Are you saying that they did it? Big brother, do you think there are other possibilities? Apart from them, who else can travel fearlessly in the dark? In fact, Lone Crocodile had also thought about this problem. The nine-headed bird couldn't travel from his cave to his cave in the middle of the night, ignore all the restrictive spells, and empty his storage space without attracting his attention. Chapter 2075. Being suspicious was one thing, but with Lone Crocodile's experience, why would he take such a risk? Nine-headed bird, they are suspicious, but you haven't cleared your name yet. You won't be able to clear your name no matter how you explain it, Lone Crocodile said calmly. Nine-headed bird felt a headache coming on. The appearance of the sleeve was indeed strange. It couldn't be that the Yin-Yang trade team framed him, could it? It's easy to prove your innocence. Go confront the Yin-Yang trade team and return everything. Me. Nine-headed bird's heart went numb, but he had no choice but to walk over. You guys, how do you explain this scene? Nine-headed bird squeezed out a fierce expression and projected the memory in the air. However, the 9 people from the Yin-Yang trade team didn't even look at him. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Nine-headed bird put on a strong front and stepped forward to berate them. He was even more certain that the Yin-Yang trade team in front of him was a fake team. But at this moment, the eyes of the dragon man in the lead suddenly turned and slowly looked at the feet of the nine-headed bird. He spoke with an ethereal and strange voice. Unless it's during the Yin-Yang fate reversal period, those who come within 3 feet will die. Nine-headed bird had heard of this rumor before. This was the reason why no one dared to go near the place, even though everyone had been watching for the past few days. The Yin-Yang trade team could only go near when they were doing business. At other times, anyone who came within 3 feet of the place would die. According to the rumor, there was once an arrogant Tao master who didn't make it to the Yin-Yang fate reversal period in time because he came late. After it ended, he didn't listen to the advice and went closer. In the end, the Tao master suddenly died 3 years later. The cause of death was extremely strange. It was said that he drowned. However, what kind of person was the Tao master? How could he have drowned? But the strange thing was that he really drowned in the water, just like a mortal. Hearing the dragonoid's warning, Nine-headed bird was terrified. He wanted to retreat, but he heard Lone Crocodile's cold threat. Hurry up! Nine-headed bird felt bitter. He could only grit his teeth and go forward to grab the blood-red coffin. Humph! Let the person inside come out, and we'll know. The moment he stepped within 3 feet of the coffin, Nine-headed bird suddenly felt a strange chill run from his feet to the top of his head. Vaguely, there seemed to be something extra in his body. At the same time, the dragonoid looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Then he extended a finger and pointed at him. Bang! However, with a muffled sound, Nine-headed bird felt as if the sky had collapsed. His entire body was sent flying like a sandbag, directly smashing his cave into pieces. The guests inside were so frightened that they screamed and ran out, their eyes filled with bewilderment. How hard was the Rahuai stain? The nine-headed bird had spent hundreds of years to slowly build up to its current size. But now it was all destroyed. One could only imagine how terrifying the impact was. However, what was even more shocking was that when the nine-headed bird crawled out of the rubble, there was not a single wound on its body. The power of the dragoman's finger pierced through the nine-headed bird's body, but it did not harm it at all. His control over his power alone had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Only a Tao Lord could do it. Nine-headed bird's eyes were filled with shock, and Solitary Crocodile sucked in a breath of cold air. Could that really be the Yin-Yang caravan? The dragonoid put down his finger and said calmly, "Let's go." The 8 immortals carrying the coffin turned around and jumped down from the Rahuai stain. Yes, they jumped down directly. Su Yu's heart trembled. When the Rahuai stain moved, it traveled through space. If they jumped down now, it would be the same as entering a chaotic space. Anyone below the Tao Lord level would have little chance of survival in a chaotic space. Looking at the 9-headed bird, Su Yu's gaze wavered slightly. According to his plan, he had originally wanted to create conflict between Solitary Crocodile and the 9-headed bird. He did not expect the Yin-Yang caravan to appear out of nowhere. However, the impact was not great. It looks like they really are the rumored Yin-Yang caravan. Solitary Crocodile's expression was one of deep regret. Missing out on the Yin-Yang caravan was a lifelong regret. However, compared to regret, the present was more important. His cold eyes stared back at the 9-headed bird, and he said coldly, "9-headed bird, are you trying to tell me that the Yin-Yang caravan would covet my assets? Moreover, why do they only steal from me and not others?" The 9-headed bird could not defend himself. "Big brother, please listen to my explanation. I really did not." Suddenly, the 9-headed bird's gaze landed on Su Yu and the others, who were standing in front of the rubble. His mind roared. "I know. It must be them. They were about to take revenge on me, and then our things were stolen. This is definitely not a coincidence." His instincts told him that it was the doing of the 3 people in front of him. Humph! With a cold grunt, Solitary Crocodile struck out with a rule, piercing through the 9-headed bird's body. He then pulled the 9-headed bird back and shouted, "Enough! How many more times do you want to deny it?" If Su Yu and the others really had the ability to traverse the dark night of Luoho, would they have tolerated the 9-headed bird's ruthlessness? "I will bring you back to search your soul, and I will understand." The 9-headed bird was dragged away by Solitary Crocodile like a dead dog. Now that his cave had been destroyed and he had been targeted by Solitary Crocodile, one could imagine how miserable his fate would be. Even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Huang Fuliang could not help but laugh heartily. To think that he would have such a day. His gloominess had been swept away. Su Yu frowned. It is still too early to be happy. He pointed at the cave behind him, which had already been reduced to rubble. Not good. Quickly find a new cave. Mo Xiaochai realized that the situation was anything but reassuring. The Luoho Heavenly Eye was overcrowded, and it was hard to say whether they would be able to find a new cave. Sure enough, they searched everywhere but found nothing, including Su Yu, the half-Tao master, and more than 40 other people. None of them had a new cave that they could use. As night fell, the people in the camp hurriedly returned to their own caves. "Get out of my way." The half-Tao master wore an anxious look on his face as he barged into a cave. He tried in vain to throw one of the people in the corridor out and occupy the cave by force. However, he did not get what he wanted. The cave master sealed the cave in time, and no matter how powerful the half-Tao master's attacks were, they could not shake the cave in the slightest. The strange commotion here had alerted the other caves, and they all closed their caves in advance. The half-Tao master's continuous attacks were all fruitless. As the sky gradually darkened, his face became gloomy. He looked at the many people who were searching for caves like him, and muttered to himself, "All of you, come over here." He released the half-Tao master's aura, which immediately gave the homeless a strong sense of security. The rest of the people gathered over, and after Su Yu pondered for a moment, he also led 2 people over. "Night has fallen, and we have no caves to stay in. We can only help each other," the half-Tao master said. His words gave the panicking people some hope, and they all took him as their backbone. "We will listen to you, Senior." "What should we do?" "Senior, please tell us." The half-Tao master said, "I am Zhang Yuanling from the Xiaya civilization, and I will cross this crisis with all of you tonight. As long as we get through today, we will attack a cave tomorrow, and we will seize it no matter what." He then added, "We are in a hurry, and we can only rely on the outside of the caves. We can borrow the aura of the Luoho Heavenly Eye to intimidate the existences in the night. At the same time, don't be stingy with your treasures, and take out all defensive treasures." Everyone's eyes flickered, and they were unwilling to accept this. However, this was a matter of life and death, and they did not have the right to choose. Hence, they chose a cave that was still intact. Their backs were against the cave, and they set up 10 layers of defensive formations outside the cave. In addition, there were 8 defensive light barriers and 3 defensive shields. Apart from the layers of defensive formations, all of them held their offensive treasures in their hands, and they were ready to attack any invading enemies. When night fell, everyone's heart tightened, including the half-Dao masters. Russell. Unlike the previous days, where the roars of beasts could be heard everywhere, today's night was exceptionally quiet. It was so quiet that even the faint rustling sounds could be heard clearly. Those rustling sounds were the sound of crawling footsteps, but none of the 40 people present moved. So, the source of the sound was creak. A mournful and shrill cry suddenly appeared 3 meters away from them. Everyone's hearts thumped, and they were all startled. Before they could see clearly what it was, the outermost defensive formation flickered intensely. All they saw was an afterimage flickering before it disappeared into the darkness. "It's coming. Be careful," Zhang Yuanling said in a deep voice. At the same time, the living beings in the caves held their breaths as they watched Su Yu and the others fight against the wild beasts. They were all worried for them. Although they couldn't see anything in the darkness, they could still hear Su Yu and the others' voices. After the first unknown existence attacked the defensive formation, the night became quiet once again, and not a single sound could be heard. However, the unusual silence made them feel more and more uneasy. It was like the deathly stillness before the arrival of a storm, and they all sensed a great danger. Rustle, rustle, rustle. It was as if a gale had blown up and filled the sky with dust. Rustling sounds could be heard everywhere. Although they couldn't see them, they could sense that a sea of unknown living beings was approaching them. Rustle, rustle. The sounds became faster and more urgent, and they were getting closer and closer. The sounds were like war drums, and they pounded on their chests one after another, causing them to despair. There wasn't just 1, 10, or 100 of them, but thousands upon thousands of them. Crack! The first layer of the defensive formation collapsed in an instant. The destructive light of the formation flickered and illuminated a small part of the sky. They took advantage of this opportunity to see the situation in front of them clearly, and they all sucked in breaths of cold air. They saw many purple-scaled living beings of different sizes, and they all emitted a dense evil energy as they crawled toward them at an extremely fast speed. There was an endless number of them, and they surged toward them like a tide. Everyone's expressions changed drastically when they saw such a sight. Su Yu was just as shocked. Others might not know what these monsters were, but how could Su Yu not recognize them? In the Sangyang mirror, many of the living beings on the creation sea of the Pathmaster had been contaminated by the water of the creation sea and turned into purple-scaled evil beings. Weren't the monsters in front of them those evil beings? Chapter 2076. Or perhaps, how could the creation Tao, Lord's creation seawater, create an evil creature that was exactly the same as the one before him? Su Yu's heart sank. Having personally fought the evil creatures, Su Yu knew how powerful they were. An ordinary early-stage 5-crown divine warrior could not do anything to them. And the only 5-crown divine warrior before him was Emo Shaochai. The rest were only half-step pathmasters. There was no way they could resist them. Crack! Under the onslaught of the horde of beasts, 3 formations were destroyed. The formations, which had been estimated to last for 15 minutes, could not even hold on for a breath under the onslaught of the evil creatures. "Everyone, prepare for battle," Zhang Yuanling said. The situation was 100 times worse than expected, but after a series of crackling sounds, the tenarets were all broken. Then came the 8 defensive light barriers. Compared to the formations, they held on for a while longer. In just 2 breaths, the first light barrier was destroyed. Then came the second, third, fourth, until all the defensive light barriers were destroyed. Finally, only 3 shields were left. That was the only defense they had left. But in the face of the horde of beasts, it was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. In just 10 breaths, the 3 shields were destroyed one after another. "Attack!" Zhang Yuanling's eyelids twitched. With a loud roar, he used a powerful law. Just as he finished speaking, a miserable shriek came from the side. It was a woman near the edge. An evil creature had grabbed her legs at an extremely fast speed and dragged her into the horde of beasts. Her shriek stopped abruptly, drowned out by the hungry and thirsty sounds of the horde of beasts. Everyone reacted, using their treasures one after another. The colorful treasures exploded with impressive power, but when they struck the body of the purple evil creature, they did not even leave a mark. They were all sent flying. Their attacks were like scratches to the purple evil creature. They did not cause any harm. The purple evil creature continued to drag them away as if it had not encountered any resistance. Living creatures were dragged away one after another, buried in the jaws of the evil creature. Apart from Zhang Yuanling's attack, which instantly injured a large number of them, the attacks of the rest were useless. Seeing that they were defenseless, everyone's heart sank into despair. The night had just begun, and they had already lost 10 companions. In less than a quarter of an hour, they would be completely annihilated and buried here. Zhang Yuanling's eyes flickered as he looked at the tide of evil beings and thought to himself, "Most of the evil beings should have been attracted here, right?" He did not gather everyone with good intentions. He wanted to use them as bait to attract all the things in the night. Only then would he have a greater chance of escaping. As for protecting their safety, did they have anything to do with it? Why would he sacrifice himself to protect them? With a loud shout, Zhang Yuanling blasted away a large number of evil beings with a palm strike and shouted, "You guys hold on, I'll be back soon." He didn't wait for the others to catch up to him before he leaped up and teleported away with the formidable speed of a half-step Dowlord. Some of the evil beings hesitated for a moment. They looked in the direction that Zhang Yuanling had escaped, and then looked at the 30 or so people present. None of them chased after him. Immediately, those who were slightly smarter understood Zhang Yuanling's intentions. They were terrified and angry. "We've been tricked." Unfortunately, without Zhang Yuanling's support, the evil beings surged forward in large numbers. The 10 people at the outermost layer were instantly dragged away. Su Yu's face darkened. At this moment, he could only face them alone. With his experience fighting against the purple evil beings, his previous sword techniques were useless. He could only use a new sword technique. 9th stroke of the demonic sword technique, Ultimate Ruin. As the sword rose, thousands of shadows appeared. Every time a sword shadow flew out, it would kill an evil being. In an instant, the approaching evil beings were all killed. The despairing crowd spirits were lifted, and they gathered around Su Yu. However, it was difficult for Su Yu to deal with all the evil beings by himself. As the desolate power in his body dissipated at an alarming speed, the follow-up attacks gradually became weaker. The evil beings closed in again. Su Yu's eyes were filled with determination. If there was no other way, he could only abandon the others and escape with Huangfu Laiyang and Mo Xiaochai. With his speed, which was comparable to the peak of the 5-crown divine warriors, he could escape from the evil beings' encirclement in an instant. Seeing that the evil beings were closing in, Su Yu was about to make a decision. Suddenly, Mo Xiaochai's bulging belly released a faint blood-red light. Wherever the light shone, the evil beings retreated in fear, their faces filled with fear. None of the huge group of beasts dared to step into the range of the bloodlight. The frightened people stared at Mo Xiaochai's belly and said, "The fetus in her belly can intimidate these monsters. Quick, let her stand at the front." The crowd pushed and shoved Mo Xiaochai to the front. Mo Xiaochai was indignant, but she knew that this was not the time to argue. She braced herself and stood at the front. The people behind her were nervous, silently hoping that the bloodlight would not be extinguished. That was their only hope of survival. Su Yu and Huangfu Liang protected Mo Xiaochai on both sides, quietly observing the situation. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone was on tenterhooks, silently counting the time. They had never thought that a night could be so long. Every minute and second was a deep torture. It was as if a whole year had passed. Finally, a faint light fell from the sky, breaking through the darkness. Only then did the evil beings reluctantly retreat. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. They would never forget this nightmare for the rest of their lives. Swish! At this moment, a sound came from afar. Zhang Yuanling, who had escaped, had returned. His body was badly mutilated, and many of his wounds were visible to the naked eye. Although most of the evil beings had been attracted, there were still some wandering outside. He had encountered some of them. After a night of fierce fighting, it was inevitable that he would be injured. "Great! You are all safe and sound." Zhang Yuanling pretended to be concerned, but he was very surprised. He had almost died when dealing with a small number of evil beings. How could they have survived under the siege of so many beasts? Suddenly, Zhang Yuanling glanced at Mo Xiaochai's belly, which was emitting a faint red light. His eyes flashed. Hearing this, the crowd did not say a word, but their hearts were filled with hatred and anger. He had used them as bait, but now he had returned. Zhang Yuanling hid the strange look in his eyes, sighed, and said, "Fortunately, I lured away most of the monsters outside, so you could hold on." Hearing this, they could not help but sneer. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone as shameless as him. He had set them up, but he said that they had survived because of him. However, the other party was a Taoist master. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they did not dare to voice it out. "We all have the same destiny. It's just a small favor. Don't take it to heart," Zhang Yuanling said slowly. Then he looked at Mo Xiaochai and said, "Miss, you are pregnant, but you have encountered such a big disaster. You must have suffered a lot, right?" Mo Xiaochai was slightly vigilant. She retreated behind Huangfu Liang. Just now, Zhang Yuanling had stared at the fetus with a strange look. Mo Xiaochai could not help but worry when he asked this seemingly unintentional question. Huangfu Liang also sensed that something was wrong. He stood in front of him and cupped his fists. "She is my fiancée. Thank you for your concern, but it's not a big deal." Zhang Yuanling glanced at Huangfu Liang indifferently. He did not put him in his eyes at all. He only said, "Miss, it's better to have a checkup. If the fetus had an accident during the battle last night, it would be very bad." While saying this, he pushed Huangfu Liang aside. The meaning was clear. It wasn't expensive. He saw the abnormality of the fetus and wanted to use this opportunity to investigate. Judging from his sinister intentions last night, this person was not a gentleman. Huangfu Liang was furious. "What do you want to do?" Zhang Yuanling gave him a sidelong glance and said indifferently, "I am helping your wife with good intentions. What kind of attitude is this?" What a joke! How was he treating a patient? Anyone with discerning eyes could see his intention, but his words were dignified and dignified. "I said you don't need to worry." Although Huangfu Liang was afraid of his opponent's strength, at this moment, if he did not even dare to protect his wife, he would not be a man. Zhang Yuanling shook his sleeves and sent Huangfu Liang flying. He said coldly, "Ungrateful. This old man is doing this for your wife's sake. If you dare to stop me again, I will destroy your soul." He took a step forward and suddenly grabbed Mo Xiaochai's wrist. He wanted to grab her. His eyes flashed with deep greed. Last night, the beast tide could not do anything to them. It must be because of this fetus. Maybe it was a powerful and gifted fetus. Or maybe it was some kind of rare treasure that was brewing in the human body. However, at this moment, the aura of a peak 5-crown emperor suddenly erupted from behind Emo Xiaochai. The peak attack of a 5-crown emperor came even more abruptly. Zhang Yuanling's expression changed slightly. He could not help but retreat far away to avoid the attack. Although he had the abilities of a half-path master, he had been seriously injured in the battle last night. If he were to receive an attack, the consequences would not be light. A peak 5-crown emperor's offensive talisman? Humph! Zhang Yuanling coldly glanced at the silver-haired man behind Emo Xiaochai. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your cultivation level is high. Zhang Yuanling sneered. It's just talismans. Let's see how many of them you have. Talismans were limited. As time passed, his opponent would be at his wit's end. Su Yu did not say a word. He took out 13 talismans from his sleeves. All of them were peak 5-crown emperor's offensive talismans. 3 of them came from the 9-headed bird. The other 10 came from the solitary crocodile. There are indeed a few more. Why don't we try and see how many you can avoid? Su Yu walked over, activating all 10 talismans at the same time. Zhang Yuanling's eyelids twitched. He retreated again, his eyes flickering with a cold light. His current state was not enough to deal with 10 talismans at the same time. He looked at Emo Xiaochai's stomach with dissatisfaction. He coldly glanced at Su Yu and said, "Humph, let's wait and see." After he left, Emo Xiaochai heaved a sigh of relief. She cast a grateful look at Su Yu. "Thank you." Huang Fuliang was also ashamed. Emo Xiaochai was his wife, but he was powerless to protect her. This is only temporary. This person is afraid of the talismans in my hands because of his injuries. If he recovers, I'm afraid he will no longer be afraid. Su Yu's expression sank. Chapter 2077. However, it will take some time for his injuries to recover. There were many wounds on Zhang Yuanling's body that were bitten by evil creatures. It would take a long time for him to recover. Emo Xiaochai's eyes were filled with deep worry. Even then, with the cultivation of a half-step Dao Lord, no matter how slow his recovery is, he should be able to make a full recovery within a year, right? Emo Xiaochai frowned deeply and said, "We have just left the Daybreak Night civilization. Luoho still needs at least 3 years to reach the next stop." No matter what, they couldn't avoid Zhang Yuanling. In addition, Raha's body was small, so they didn't even have a place to escape. Huang Fuliang cast his gaze out of the tent into the distance, but all he could see was a vast expanse of gray with no end in sight. Those purple evil beings came from the depths of the clouds. What if I escape into that place? Huang Fuliang thought. Su Yu shook his head. It's better not to. Based on my understanding of those things in the clouds and mist, what we have seen are only the lowest forms of evil beings. There are even more powerful black and golden evil beings. Their strengths are even more powerful. The fetus in Xiao Chai's belly can deter ordinary evil beings, but it's hard to say whether or not it can deter them. Huang Fuliang and Emo Xiaochai gritted their teeth. They hated themselves for not being strong enough. They couldn't even do anything about the fetus being targeted by someone else. However, you don't need to worry too much, Su Yu said calmly. Even if he wants to recover his cultivation, will he really be able to? What do you mean? Huang Fuliang didn't quite understand. Even the 3 of us together aren't as powerful as a single finger of his. It's very difficult to interfere with his recovery. Su Yu's eyes shone with a shrewd light. It's naturally difficult for him to be disturbed during the day, but at night we might be safe and sound in the dark, but he might not be able to. Hearing Su Yu's bold plan, Huang Fuliang couldn't help but lick his lips. Now that things had come to this, did he have a choice? When Zhang Yuanling's cultivation recovered, they would all die. As long as we can stall for time until the next station arrives, we will have enough distance to escape, Su Yu said. The three of them did as they were told. Before nightfall, Zhang Yuanling forced his way into a cave, killed the cave master, and forcefully occupied the cave master's abode. Zhang Yuanling was extremely annoyed as he set up a restriction around him. Go for wool and come home shorn. If I had known that the woman was pregnant with a peerless child, I wouldn't have left in such a hurry. Zhang Yuanling secretly regretted it. If he could continue to maintain a good image, he wouldn't have to resort to this unscrupulous method of snatching the fetus. Wouldn't it be more honorable to accept the child as a disciple after it was born? But now that things had come to this, regret was useless. That's Su Yu. I will never forgive him. Thinking about how the other party had taken advantage of his weakness to threaten him with a dozen 5-crown emperor-level talismans, Zhang Yuanling's heart was filled with hatred. If it wasn't for him, that woman would already be his. He just had to wait to identify what the fetus was. Wait until I recover from my injuries. I will definitely grind your bones into dust. Zhang Yuanling said hatefully. He then slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Deep in meditation, Zhang Yuanling suddenly sensed something moving back and forth in the room. When he opened his eyes, he saw a little purple qilin walking around him, fumbling around as if it was looking into his storage space. Zhang Yuanling was stunned for a moment, wondering if he was hallucinating. He had set up 3 layers of defense around the cave, and each layer was at the level of a half-step Dao Lord. It was almost impossible to break through them. How did this little qilin get in? It really hid itself well, huh? The little qilin searched for a long time, but it couldn't find where the portable space was. Now that the other party had woken up, it could only curl its lips and swagger away. Watching it leave, Zhang Yuanling came back to his senses and chased after it. He only had time to see its back disappear into the night. He wanted to chase after this mysterious qilin, but the dangers of the night made him feel a lingering fear. He didn't dare to chase after it, so he could only retreat in confusion. He shook his head and went back to meditation. However, he hadn't been meditating for long when he felt his clothes being flipped by something. He was so shocked that he hurriedly woke up from his meditation. The cultivation technique circulating in his body was suddenly thrown into disorder, causing his blood to flow unsmoothly. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was the little qilin again. It was still searching for its portable space. How dare you! Zhang Yuanling was furious, and he struck out with his palm. However, the other party was able to turn reality into illusion, causing the palm strike to miss. Little qilin rolled its eyes and stuck out its butt at him. It passed through his tightly guarded space unhurriedly and left leisurely. When Zhang Yuanling gave chase, the other party disappeared into the night again. Having been intruded by an unknown little qilin twice, how could Zhang Yuanling still have the mood to recuperate? His entire body was on high alert. During this period of time, the little qilin indeed came by twice. When it saw that Zhang Yuanling was not in a meditative state, it rolled its eyes and left. Because of this, Zhang Yuanling did not dare to recuperate even more. He clenched his teeth and waited all the way until dawn. That little qilin did not appear again. It's them. Zhang Yuanling was surprised at first, but after thinking about it, he realized that it was Su Yu and the others who wanted to stop him from recovering from his injuries. Damn it! Having no other choice, Zhang Yuanling could only cultivate during the day. He believed that the other party wouldn't dare to come again during the day. Otherwise, if he were to catch up to him, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. What he didn't expect was that not long after he started meditating, the soul he left outside suddenly gave off a strong alarm. He immediately woke up from his meditation. Just as he opened his eyes, hundreds and thousands of black sword shadows came slashing at him. Ding, ding, ding. The sword shadows didn't cause him any harm, When they slashed at his body, it was like a kitchen knife slashing at a rock. However, what shocked and angered him was that this time, not only had the little Qilin come, but Su Yu himself had also appeared. "You're courting death." Zhang Yuanling was extremely angry, and he struck out with his palm. However, the little Qilin on his shoulder displayed its extremely strange magical power of turning reality into nothingness, and it turned Su Yu into nothingness together with it. "Oh, I've passed by the room." Su Yu smiled faintly and left calmly. "You guys!" Zhang Yuanling chased after him angrily. However, he saw that Su Yu had displayed some kind of yin-yang escape technique, which was actually not inferior to the secret technique of a peak 5-crown divine warrior. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Zhang Yuanling wanted to chase after him, but he was hindered by his injuries. He could only grit his teeth and return to the secret room. However, what followed was a nightmare that couldn't be stopped. Every time Zhang Yuanling had just entered a meditative state, Su Yu and the little Qilin would rush in. Su Yu even used it as a testing stone to practice his sword techniques over and over again. However, every time Zhang Yuanling chased after him, Su Yu was able to escape without a trace. For an entire day, he did not even manage to enter a meditative state for more than an hour. Following that, it was the same for a whole month. Not only did Zhang Yuanling's injuries recover extremely slowly, but he also did not rest well, and his eyes were bloodshot. As for Su Yu and the others, during the day, Su Yu came with his pet, and at night his pet came alone. On the second night, Mo Xiaochai and Huang Fulayang came together with their pet. That pet was like a demon, and it never needed to rest. This continued for several months, and Zhang Yuanling's spirit was haggard. His injuries were completely delayed, and there were signs that they were worsening. "You guys have gone too far." Finally, one morning, when Su Yu once again used him to test his sword techniques, and the power of his sword techniques had improved, Zhang Yuanling could no longer bear it, and with a furious roar, he chased after Su Yu. Su Yu used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole, and instantly escaped into the dense fog outside of the Luoho Heavenly Eye. Zhang Yuanling hesitated for a moment, but he also chased after Su Yu. The two of them chased after each other in the dense fog. Zhang Yuanling was injured, and his speed was only about the same as Su Yu's. No matter how hard he chased, he could not catch up to Su Yu. Unknowingly, they were about to enter the depths of the fog. If they went any further, they would lose their sense of direction, and it would be difficult for them to go back. A trace of panic lingered in his heart. Zhang Yuanling stared at Su Yu from afar and said fiercely, "Sooner or later, you will get what you deserve." His heart moved slightly, and he sped up to return. Since Su Yu had left the two of them, he could take this opportunity to find Mo Xiaochai and kidnap her. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuanling hurried back. Su Yu had already expected this, and secretly contacted the little Qilin. The little Qilin obediently turned into a void, and wrapped the two of them in the void. In this way, even their auras were completely hidden, let alone humans. When Zhang Yuanling returned to the camp, he looked around, but could not find the two of them, until Su Yu returned and stood at the edge of the dense fog, calmly looking at him. Zhang Yuanling was angry and resentful. He wanted to chase after Su Yu again, but he realized that it was futile, and he had fallen into Su Yu's trap. With a cold snort, he returned to the cave and continued to train, racing against time to recover from his injuries. However, Su Yu and the others were determined to delay him, and they harassed him again and again. A year had passed, and Su Yu and the others were exhausted, but Zhang Yuanling was even more exhausted than they were. Zhang Yuanling could not take it anymore, and he took the initiative to find Su Yu and the others to make peace. However, it was obvious that Su Yu and the others would not agree, and they continued to disturb him. Zhang Yuanling was deeply remorseful, and he had to admit that his actions a year ago were indeed too reckless. If he had continued like this, he would have succeeded in delaying them for 10 years, let alone 3 years. However, some abnormalities were quietly appearing. It was unknown when it started, but the people in the camp discovered that the evil creatures in the dark were appearing earlier than usual. In the past, they would only appear when the sky was completely dark. However, recently, before the sky was dark, they appeared one after another, which was very different from the past. Many people looked worried, as many people who had been here for more than 1,000 years had never seen such a situation. As time passed, their worries gradually turned into anxiety. 2 years had passed, and the sky was still dusk, but groups of evil creatures had already emerged from the dense fog, and they were hunting and killing the people in the camp. Many people were not on guard, and they were tragically killed. Those with a bit of foresight realized that the situation was extremely bad. Finally, one afternoon, a large group of evil creatures appeared without warning and captured more than 100 people. This incident caused the people in the camp to feel endless fear. The evil creatures no longer appeared at night, and they appeared even during the day. They could not wait any longer. A few strong men with status in the camp issued a summons to the entire camp. Chapter 2078. Lin Tianjian was one of the first people to ascend to Luoho 1,000 years ago. His cultivation had already reached the level of a half-step path master when he first ascended. However, he kept a low profile and was always in seclusion, paying no attention to what was happening in the outside world. If the evil beings had not changed, Lin Tianjian would have come out of seclusion at the request of the 8 experts in the camp. Su Yu and the others were also notified and went to the camp square to participate in the meeting. The invasion of the evil beings threatened their lives, so they could only temporarily give up on disturbing Zhang Yuanling and go to the square. A stage was built in the center of the square. There are 9 people sitting on the stage, including famous experts like Lone Crocodile. The other 8 people looked very nervous. They glanced at the green-robed elder in the center from time to time. His face was calm and steady. Although he did not say a word, he gave off a majestic aura. His aura was even stronger than Zhang Yuanling's. Everyone, there is no need to say more about how serious the situation has become, Lin Tianjian said. The evil beings are already roaming around day and night. If we don't take action soon, I'm afraid that when Luoho reaches the next stop, there will only be a pile of bones left in the camp. Everyone's eyes were heavy. They understood this. The most important thing now was to figure out how to solve the problem. Elder Lin, how should we strengthen our defense? Lone Crocodile asked. Lin Tianjian was silent for a while, then shook his head. What's the use of defense? Unless we hide in the cave forever and never come out again. But was that possible? They could hide in the cave during normal times, but when Luoho reached the station, could they not come out? So, defense alone was far from enough. Elder Lin, what do you think we should do? Take the initiative to attack. Lin Tianjian said something that shocked everyone. Wouldn't fighting against the evil beings lead to death? However, Lin Tianjian said, what I mean by attack is not to fight them, but to find the source of the abnormality. There must be a reason why the evil beings have changed their patterns. If we can find out the reason, we can solve the problem at its root. The whole place was in an uproar. Finding the source means entering the fog, but it's too dangerous there. Elder Lin's idea is definitely correct, but how should we carry it out? Lin Tianjian said, I've decided to form an exploration team and go deep into the fog to find the source of the abnormality of the evil beings. Hearing this, the crowd immediately quieted down. Everyone averted their gazes, not daring to stick their heads out. There was no doubt that entering the fog would only result in death. I won't let you go for nothing. Lin Tianjian said, I will be leading this trip. Those who are willing to participate, each of them will be paid 100,000 Dao coins. We will only be recruiting 10 people in total. 100,000 Dao coins. Hearing this, many martial artists swallowed hard. They might not be able to collect so many Tao coins in half their lives. Many people were tempted, but then they heard Lin Tianjian say, "But not everyone can join. Those who join must be at least a mid-stage 5-crown emperor, or have the combined battle prowess to kill an evil being alone." With how powerful the evil beings were, even initial stage 5-crown emperors were useless. Going in was just throwing their lives away. Only the middle stage could kill them. Including me and the others on the stage, we already have 8 people. We're still missing 2 people. Who wants to sign up? Lin Tianjian asked. These words extinguished the thoughts of most people. Strangely enough, everyone turned to look at Zhang Yuanling and Su Yu at the same time. In the past 3 years, it was no longer news that these 2 enemies were often at odds with each other. Zhang Yuanling's cultivation of the half-path master was unquestionable. Su Yu's ability to tangle with the half-path master for so long without being injured showed how extraordinary Su Yu was. These 2 people were obviously the most suitable candidates. "I'm willing to join," Zhang Yuanling said after thinking for a moment. Lin Tianjian's eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. "Haha, welcome, my friend." With a strong man of the same realm accompanying them, the safety of this trip would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Su Yu muttered to himself. Zhang Yuanling's intention was to take the opportunity to temporarily avoid Su Yu and the others, and try to recover his cultivation while carrying out the mission. In order to make Zhang Yuanling more useful, Lin Tianjian would probably help him recover his cultivation. If Zhang Yuanling's cultivation recovered, it would be a nightmare for Su Yu. He could not sit back and watch Zhang Yuanling succeed. "I'll join too," Su Yu said. With him around, it would not be easy for Zhang Yuanling to recover his cultivation. As for the danger of the evil beings, with his movement techniques, it would not be a problem for him to escape. Lin Tianjian looked at Su Yu and said, "Release your desolation power." Su Yu nodded and released his desolation power. Lin Tianjian frowned. "Perhaps you did not hear my request clearly. I hope for a mid-stage 5-crown emperor, not a mid-stage for crown emperor." Su Yu did not retort. He took out the Azura sword and slashed at the void with the ultimate ruin. In an instant, thousands of pitch-black sword shadows scattered like ink, and a terrifying sword energy shook the sky. All the early stage 5-crown emperor present were terrified. The power of this sword had already surpassed the early stage 5-crown emperor, and it was approaching the mid-stage 5-crown emperor. Lin Tianjian's eyes were filled with amazement, and he praised, "What exquisite swordsmanship! Amazing! All right, you're in." In fact, he was still slightly dissatisfied, and he hoped for a peak 5-crown emperor to step forward. But as he swept his gaze across the crowd, perhaps there were people who met the requirements, but none of them had the courage to do so. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing and choose Su Yu. "You have half a month to prepare. I hope you will set off in your best state." Su Yu stared deeply at Zhang Yuanling and silently returned to the cave. In the past 3 years, seeing Su Yu display extraordinary strength, when he once again looked for a cave abode, some sensible cave masters would give up their own cave abodes to avoid being killed. Just like the cave master who was killed by Zhang Yuanling. Returning to the cave abode, Su Yu temporarily stopped interfering. The dangers of this trip into the fog were self-evident. He needed to take some precautions. Apart from the 13 talismans and his swordsmanship, his greatest reliance should be the yin-yang wings of Tai Chi. The yin-yang wings of Tai Chi were impressive, but they could only be used, and there was no guarantee of success. As he pondered, Su Yu took out another piece of the Path Master's bone. He had not been willing to integrate it into the yin-yang wings of Tai Chi, but now he had to make a choice. The yin-yang wings of Tai Chi was a divine weapon that could grow. There was no doubt about that. After integrating a piece of the Path Master's bone, it was already a top-notch true Emperor divine weapon. He did not know what would happen if he integrated this piece of the Path Master's bone. unlike the previous piece of the Pathmaster's bone. This piece of bone contained the Pathmaster's blood, and not the slightest bit was lost. Once it was integrated, the yin-yang wings of Tai Chi would undergo unexpected changes. Chapter 2079. With that thought in mind, Suyu teleported away and entered the dense fog. The dense fog had a strong isolation effect. Even if there was movement, it would be difficult to detect what was going on. He set up a simple defensive formation around him and let the little Kylan guard him from the outside. He began to combine the two. As time passed, the campsite was busy preparing for the expedition. All kinds of high-quality resources were given priority to the expedition team. Zhang Yuanling was also given a rare 15 days to recover, allowing his injuries to recover a little. Suyu, when I come back from the dense fog, it will be your doomsday. His heart was filled with hatred, and he would not be satisfied until he crushed Suyu's bones and scattered his ashes. Just as he finished healing his injuries, he suddenly noticed that the divine energy between heaven and earth was undergoing a rather subtle change. He came to the entrance of the cave and looked out. Divine energy invisible to the naked eye was gathering into the dense fog from all directions. Divine energy is gathering. Is someone cultivating and about to make a breakthrough? Such a large-scale divine energy anomaly was rare. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All of a sudden, Zhang Yuanling's eyes changed, and he took out the original life treasure that he often used. One could see that the treasure was trembling slightly. He looked at the rest of the people in the campsite and saw that they were all staring at their own treasures in shock and disbelief. Million treasure imperial sect. Zhang Yuanling gasped, his eyes filled with deep shock. This is the sign of the doctrine artifact, fairy embryo, descending into the world. Could it be that a Pathmaster is forging a doctrine artifact in the dense fog? His eyes flickered with deep shock and doubt. If he were to go there rashly, the Pathmaster would definitely think that he coveted the treasure. At that time, the Pathmaster could consign him to eternal damnation with a single thought. But what if it was a doctrine artifact, fairy embryo, that was born naturally between heaven and earth? He paced back and forth in the house, unable to make up his mind. Swish, all of a sudden, a figure flashed in front of his cave abode. It was Lin Tianjian. His eyes flickered with excitement as he said in a low voice, "Friend Zhang, you must have felt it." "Friend Lin, what do you mean?" Zhang Yuanling asked uncertainly. Lin Tianjian's eyes flickered slightly. "I mean to meet that senior, of course." Unlike Zhang Yuanling, Lin Tianjian took it for granted that it must be the Pathmaster crafting an artifact. The probability of a Tao artifact, a mortal embryo, being born by the heaven and earth itself was almost zero. How could they encounter one so coincidentally? If we can ask this supreme being to come forward, it will be more than enough to deal with a mere evil being. With someone inviting him, Zhang Yuanling felt a lot more confident and said, "All right, let's first confirm if it's a weapon forged for the Tao Master." The two half-step Tao Lords stepped into the mist side by side. When they were 100,000 feet apart, they stopped on their own accord, not rushing forward. Lin Tianjian bowed towards the distance and said, "We didn't know Ji Zun was here, so we couldn't welcome you from afar. Please forgive us, Senior." At this moment, Su Yu was at a critical juncture infusing the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole with the Pathmaster's bone. Hearing Lin Tianjin's voice, his expression changed slightly. He cast a meaningful glance at the small Kylan, and the latter immediately used the material-to-nothingness technique to turn Su Yu's body into nothingness and conceal all of his aura. Thus, he forced himself to be calm and said slowly, "Within 100,000 feet, all who enter will die." Lin Tianjian immediately shivered and bowed even deeper. Hearing that there was someone inside, Zhang Yuanling was also shocked. Sure enough, it was not a Tao artifact, a mortal embryo that was born by itself. Someone was forging it. "My name is Zhang Yuanling, and I didn't mean to disturb you." Please forgive me. Is he also here? Su Yu's eyes flickered with a cold light. After mulling it over for a moment, he didn't utter another word. The more one spoke, the more mistakes one would make. This was how a Ji Zun treated a half-step Tao Lord. Hearing that there was no response from inside, Lin Tianjian and Zhang Yuanling became even more nervous. They didn't even dare to ask any more questions, as they were afraid of disturbing the Ji Zun forging the weapon. At the same time, many experts sensed the disturbance and rushed over. Lin Tianjian and Zhang Yuanling consciously kept them outside. In order to win the Tao Master's favor, Zhang Yuanling put in extra effort and attacked those who dared to step into the 100,000 feet range. Bah! Isn't he just trying to curry favor with the Tao Master? Is there a need to work so hard? A martial artist who had been beaten by Zhang Yuanling to the point of spitting blood complained. Humph! He wants to be the Ji Zun's watchdog, but I don't think the Ji Zun will appreciate him. Another martial artist who had been chased away by Zhang Yuanling spoke resentfully. In fact, they were more envious. Being able to work for a Ji Zun was an unimaginably great benefit. As they spoke, the divine qi between heaven and earth underwent an intense change. The divine qi within the entire camp was instantly sucked away, leaving not a single trace behind. Zhang Yuanling's eyes were filled with shock as he murmured, I was once fortunate enough to see a Tao Master forge a Tao artifact immortal embryo, but that disturbance wasn't as great as this. Lin Tianjian deeply agreed. The Tao artifact immortal embryo is the key to determining the strength of a Tao artifact. The stronger the Tao artifact immortal embryo, the greater the phenomenon when it's born. The phenomenon before us isn't weak, but it's a pity that it's in a place with sparse divine qi like the Rahu heavenly eye. If it's in a place with abundant divine qi, the Tao artifact immortal embryo will be of a higher grade after it's formed. As all of the divine qi was sucked away, the sound of boiling liquid could be heard from the central area 100,000 feet away. Waves of powerful pressure radiated in all directions. The Tao artifact immortal embryo has formed. Zhang Yuanling and Lin Tianjian both revealed deep envy. Being able to possess a Tao artifact immortal embryo was their lifelong pursuit. Unfortunately, they never had this opportunity. Now they could only stare at it, unable to obtain it. After a long while, the threatening pressure gradually faded away. In the end, not a single bit of it was left. 100,000 feet away, Su Yu stared at the center of his palm, at the pair of wings that had changed drastically. Compared to the black and white colors of the past, the wings now had a jade green color. At first glance, it looked like it was carved out of jade, giving off a brilliant glow. Streaks of yin and yang energy flowed within the wings, ready to explode at any moment. The most shocking thing was that there was a faint trace of the Tao Master's mysterious intent within the wings. That was the Tao intent of the common people's Path Master. Because the Tao Master's blood had also merged into it, the Tao intent had also merged into it. With the existence of this Tao intent, after the Tai Chi yin-yang wings were activated, the driving force wasn't just pure yin and yang energy, but also Tao intent. One could imagine how fast it was. Even a half-step Tao Master couldn't compare, second only to the Tao Master. Su Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. After half a month, he had finally succeeded. This expedition should be much safer. Suddenly, Su Yu sensed the movement in the outside world. His heart shook slightly, and he tried to use the brand new Tai Chi yin-yang wings. As a result, the jade-like Tai Chi yin-yang wings unfolded behind Su Yu's back, turning into giant wings that were 100,000 feet wide. The people who were waiting 100,000 feet away suddenly saw a corner of the wings poking out, and all of them gasped. This is a flying Taoist artifact, fairy embryo. But isn't it too big? Lin Tianjian and Zhang Yuanling stared at the rippling wings that were flowing with Tao intent, and they all looked extremely envious. Right at that moment, the wings suddenly began to flap. Lin Tianjian immediately sensed that something was amiss, and he hurriedly said, "Everyone retreat quickly!" However, his warning was a little too late. The 100,000 feet wings flapped, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind. Apart from Lin Tianjian and Zhang Yuanling, who were barely able to resist it, the rest of the people, including the peak 5-crown divine warriors, were sent flying tens of thousands of miles back to the camp. At the same time, the dense fog that covered the sky all year round was blown away by the jade-like wings, revealing the land that had been covered by the fog for hundreds of millions of years. Before the two of them could clearly see the owner of the wings, the giant wings took off into the sky and disappeared again. Its speed was so fast that it didn't even leave a trace of its aura, so they couldn't determine its direction. A terrifying Taoist artifact, fairy embryo. Zhang Yuanling gasped, his eyes filled with deep shock. Lin Tianjian reacted and said, "Elder, please wait." But there was no sign of that elder. They had come to visit in hopes that this elder could help them resolve the current crisis of the evil beings. Unfortunately, the elder had left directly, and they didn't know where he was headed. Lin Tianjian was stunned for a long time, and he let out a long sigh. Maybe it's our fate. Cutting off the extravagant hope of the Pathmaster's help, Lin Tianjian returned to reality. After returning to the camp, Lin Tianjian immediately summoned the 10 strong men from before, and they gathered at the camp's plaza. "Who else hasn't come?" Lin Tianjian did a quick count and found that only 9 people had come. There was still one person who hadn't arrived. "I'm here." In the distance, Suyu ran over hurriedly. His face was slightly pale, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. It was as if he had done something that had greatly exhausted him. Lin Tianjian was displeased. 15 days have passed, and you still haven't prepared." There was a hint of reprimand in his tone. How could he have known that after Su Yu had used the brand-new yin-yang wings of Tai Chi, he had flown out of Luoho and into the chaotic space? Fortunately, his space law was astonishing, and he had returned in time. Otherwise, he would have died in the space turbulence. Of course, the consumption of the brand-new yin-yang wings of Tai Chi had been an eye-opener for Su Yu. Even with his cultivation of a 4-crown middle-stage divine warrior, more than 90% of his primordial power had been used up. If it had been used up, he really wouldn't have been able to return. "Sorry for being late, but I'm fine." As Suyu spoke, he swallowed a few Juin elixirs, using these cultivation-enhancing elixirs as elixirs to replenish his primordial power. This scene made the mouths of many martial artists twitch. This kid was extremely wealthy. Cultivation-enhancing elixirs were rare resources that could only be found by chance, no matter where they were. Most of the divine warriors of heaven and earth recovered their primordial power by slowly meditating. For someone like Su Yu to directly consume cultivation-enhancing elixirs was a reckless waste of God's gift, and it attracted countless envious gazes. Lin Tianjian was also slightly surprised. Seeing that Su Yu had recovered his primordial power, he did not say anything else. He said, "Let's go." Under his lead, the group immediately stepped into the dense fog. They had been using teleportation without any regard for their primordial power the entire time, hoping to find the source of the mutation of the evil beings before nightfall. Unsurprisingly, the activities of evil beings were not affected by the fog during the day. Chapter 2080. However, they were all annihilated by the attacks of the 2 half-path masters. As they hurried on their way, they finally reached a place that no one had ever reached before. They also discovered a giant lake that ran through the mist. The lake was boundless, and white mist was constantly rising from it and dispersing into the air. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Lin Tianjian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Does all of the mist originate from this lake? What is this lake? Someone picked up a divine weapon out of curiosity and placed it in the lake. In the end, a shocking scene unfolded. The divine weapon was gradually decomposing into its original material. "Retreat. The lake is dangerous." Lin Tianjian and the others sucked in breaths of cold air. Only, Su Yu wasn't surprised by this at all. Su Yu had already guessed the origin of the evil creatures when he first saw them. Now, it seemed like they were exactly the same as the Creation Pathmaster's Creation Ocean. They must have been some creatures that had touched the Creation Ocean. They were lucky enough to survive and obtain the creation, but in the end, they gradually turned into evil creatures. However, Su Yu couldn't understand why there was a creation ocean above the Luoho Sea. Let's walk around the lake and take a look. Under Lin Tianjin's lead, they walked around the lake for half a day. However, the lake was really boundless and they couldn't reach its end. Seeing that they were going to end up empty-handed and that the sky was getting dark, some people started to give up. Lin Tianjian was also hesitant. They had come here with great difficulty, and if they didn't bring back any useful clues, it would be extremely difficult for them to organize the next expedition. Forget it, let's go back. The lake was too huge, and they couldn't cross it, so they could only give up on this expedition. Right at that moment, the water in the lake suddenly began to boil. Iron cages emerged from the bottom of the lake and floated on the water. It was unknown what these iron cages were, but they weren't afraid of the lake's corrosion. Under the force of the lake's water, the iron cages all moved toward them. That's strange. Is there something inside? Someone curiously came forward to observe. Crack! Right at that moment, all the iron cages opened at the same time as if they were being controlled. Roar! A shriek that they were extremely familiar with, and it made their hair stand on end, fell into their ears. Looking up, there were actually hundreds of purple evil creatures squeezed into each iron cage. Retreat! Lin Tianjian's pupils constricted to the extreme as he shouted in shock. Zhang Yuanling's scalp went numb as well. There were more than 100,000 cages in front of him. Each of them contained hundreds of evil beings, and the total number was no less than 10 million. That night, when he fought against hundreds of thousands of evil beings, he had a narrow escape. How could he fight against 10 million now? Run. He had to escape. However, just as they were about to escape, the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from above the fog. Looking up, one could vaguely see black, evil creatures. They actually had wings on their bodies and were extremely fast. A late-stage 5-crown Emperor martial artist tried to escape with extreme speed. He did manage to escape from the few evil beings in front of him, but what made him despair was that behind him there were countless evil beings that blotted out the sky. They were like an impenetrable wall. As soon as he barged in, he was immediately surrounded and attacked, turning into a bloody mist. He didn't even have time to scream. This scene caused the faces of many people who wanted to use teleportation to turn pale. Even Su Yu's expression was grave. He had unparalleled speed, but he couldn't use it now. Otherwise, he would directly crash into the mouths of the flying evil beings. Seeing the hordes of purple evil beings come ashore and surround them like a tide, Su Yu's eyes flashed with determination. He took out the earth fault furnace and threw it into the lake. Then, he jumped onto it and urged it to rush into the lake. Although this method couldn't stop the flying evil beings, the purple evil beings didn't dare to step into the lake, so they couldn't do anything to him. Su Yu's shocking actions immediately gave the martial artists present a glimmer of hope. However, they didn't have treasures that could contend against the lake water. However, the experienced half-step Tao Lord, Lin Tianjian, remained calm in the face of danger. He issued a command in his heart, and then he stared at the nearest cage and shouted, "Let's attack together and seize a cage!" Everyone suddenly understood. Couldn't the iron cages float on the lake surface? Everyone worked together to kill the evil beings. 2 half-Tao masters and a group of 5 crown emperors worked together to kill 100 purple evil beings, so it was quite easy. After clearing one of the iron cages, everyone immediately hid in it. Then, before the purple evil beings attacked them, they urged the iron cages to slide into the lake's center. As they watched the hordes of purple evil beings fall into the lake and die tragically, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The only thing they had to worry about was the flying evil beings in Sangtian. However, for some unknown reason, those evil beings just lingered above the iron cages for a while before retreating. Lin Tianjian heaved a sigh of relief. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. It's still too early to say such things. We are only safe for the time being. The main problem is how to escape successfully, Zhang Yuanling said. His words were immediately echoed by the others. Indeed, safety is only temporary. Moreover, I feel like if we want to escape, we should look for that lad called Suyu. I don't know if you noticed, but when danger approached, that lad took out his small cauldron with great familiarity. How was he so sure that his small cauldron could withstand the lake water's corrosion? It was undeniable that this person was observant and had found the crux of the problem. Lin Tianjian recalled carefully and discovered that it was indeed the case. Suspicion appeared in his eyes. Could it be that this lad has been here before? Or is the mutation of the evil beings related to him? Zhang Yuanling paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, "This lad is indeed a good-for-nothing. Back then, I saved so many people, as well as him and his 2 friends. However, he was not grateful at all. In the past 3 years, he interfered with my recovery from my injuries. Now, it seems like there really is a big problem with him." Hearing this, everyone's suspicions about Lu Qingqin deepened. Lin Tianjian pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's catch up with him first. We must get to the bottom of this." With so many of them working together to activate the iron cages, their speed was unimaginable. It was not something Suyu could compete with. One day later, the sky gradually brightened. After losing track of Suyu a few times, Lin Tianjian and the others finally managed to track him down using various magical powers and successfully caught up with him. Hearing the sound of water splashing behind him, Suyu looked back and his expression changed slightly. How could a cage of evil beings catch up with me? Suyu did not dare to wait any longer. He activated the small cauldron and fled frantically. However, the speed of the iron cages was too fast. After fleeing for an hour, they finally caught up with him. With a click, the side of the iron cages opened, revealing the creatures inside. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Looking up and down at the iron cages, he could not help but praise, "That's a good idea!" Zhang Yuanling said sarcastically through the iron window, "Isn't it all thanks to you?" Suyu did not give him the slightest bit of respect. He said calmly, "Speak human language. Don't be so proud of yourself. Come here immediately. We have something to ask you." Zhang Yuanling scolded. Suyu had not been on guard against anything. Now that he had said that, how could Suyu not be on guard? Without hesitation, he took out 10 peak 5-crown martial artist talismans and activated them all. He said coldly, "Keep your distance. Otherwise, I am not sure if I can destroy the iron cages." Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Zhang Yuanling was furious when he saw the talismans, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Tianjian glared at Zhang Yuanling reproachfully. You would be a fool to let his guard down with such a tone. Now, it would be difficult to trick him into returning to the iron cages. Lin Tianjian looked at Suyu and said, "Little friend, we mean no harm. It's just that you seem to be very familiar with the lake. Have you been here before?" Suyu thought for a moment. "I have not been here before, but I have been to a similar place once." Lin Tianjian's eyes lit up. "Little friend, do you have a way out? I hope you will enlighten us." Shaking his head, Suyu looked around. "As you can see, I am also looking for a way out." Actually, Suyu knew that the real way out was the path they had come from. This lake was very likely to be like the sea of creation, with no end in sight. Seeing that the sky had brightened again, the evil beings should have retreated back to the lake. It should be much safer to return now. "You really don't know?" Zhang Yuanling's eyes were filled with disbelief. He said in a low voice, "If you are lying, we will not forgive you." Su Yu ignored his threat. He maneuvered the deek furnace to make a turn, heading back to the shore. Lin Tianjian thought for a moment, then said, "Follow him." However, at that moment, the lake suddenly underwent a subtle change. There was a faint, strong suction force coming from the bottom of the lake. But the main target of the suction force was the iron cage. With the iron cage as the center, a sizable whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake, pulling the iron cage downwards. Lin Tianjian was shocked. "Oh no, these iron cages will float and sink to the bottom of the lake at regular intervals." Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale, and they all fell into deep despair. Su Yu was also shocked, hurriedly leaving the whirlpool area, seeing that the whirlpool was getting bigger and bigger. Reaching the bottom of the lake, Su Yu suddenly had a thought, and he looked down to the bottom of the lake. He was slightly surprised to find that there was a huge, deep cave at the bottom of the lake. It was dry inside, and the size was just big enough to fit an iron cage inside. The purple evil beings are also afraid of the sea of creation, so the place where the iron cage is going must be quite dry. Looking at the shore, Su Yu could vaguely hear the sound of wings flapping. He made a decision decisively. He controlled the small cauldron, which immediately slid into the whirlpool. As the whirlpool rotated, the small cauldron was sucked into the tunnel at the bottom of the lake. Sure enough, the tunnel was dry, without a single drop of water remaining. Soon after, the clumsy iron cage was sucked in as well, and it kept falling over Su Yu's head. Su Yu put away the small cauldron and performed space folding, turning it into a speck of dust. It attached itself to the top of the iron cage, and it slid all the way to the bottom along with the iron cage. Bang! With a loud noise, the iron cage finally reached the bottom. Su Yu looked over, and he could not help but be surprised. He saw that the bottom of the lake was actually an underground world that had been built by man. Many of the fallen iron cages had been moved to a certain place by strange creatures of unknown races. Chapter 2081. Could the evil creatures be artificially created? Su Yu couldn't help but be surprised. He listened carefully and found that the golden creatures were highly intelligent, and they were all conversing with each other. This batch has passed the test and can be sent to the heavenly cage. Ah, when will it end? Who knows how long it will take for our 30th experimental site to come to an end? Our 30th experimental site is still fine, but I heard that the 9th experimental site is full of golden test subjects, each of whom is a peak 5 crown martial emperor. It's extremely dangerous. That's true. I also heard that there are Pathmaster level test subjects in the 6th experimental site. Su Yu's heart thundered as he listened to their conversation. He felt as if he had heard an incredible secret. However, there is one thing we should report to our superiors. Recently, some of the evil creatures haven't returned on time. They seem to have been attracted away by something. Is it that campsite? The people in the campsite are really bold, daring to use our 30th experimental site to travel. They really don't know how to spell the word death. Su Yu was secretly surprised. Could the entire Luoho be their experimental site? All right, we should report this to the supreme martial artists. Hearing that there were supreme martial artists here, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He had to leave immediately. Looking up, he saw that the tunnel above had already been sealed. There was no way to leave. He could only look for another way out. He did not move, waiting for the 2 golden creatures to leave. Crack! After they left, the iron cage opened from the inside. Lin Tianjian, Zhang Yuanling, and the others turned slightly pale. Hearing such a shocking secret, and with a supreme martial artist present, their lives would be in danger. Let's split up and find our own way out, Lin Tianjian said in a low voice. Zhang Yuanling's lips trembled, his heart filled with regret. Why did they have to get involved in this mess? He said, Everyone run for your lives!" The two half-path masters fled in different directions. The remaining strong men were all anxious, and they dispersed in groups of 3 to 5. Being in a place where the supreme martial artists were, any cultivation was unnecessary. If they split up, they might be able to find an exit. Su Yu's gaze fell on the weakest martial artist. His cultivation was the lowest, so if there were really strong men chasing him, the one chasing him should have the weakest cultivation. Beep, beep. Unexpectedly, they had just separated when the loud alarm of the formation resounded throughout the underground. The expressions of Lin Tianjian, Zhang Yuanling, and the others who were fleeing all changed. They never expected that they would be discovered so quickly, and they all sped up to escape. As soon as the alarm sounded, the golden creatures were alarmed. There were many of them, and they were all at the peak of 5-crown emperor level. They swarmed in all directions to search for the culprit. Because they were unfamiliar with the terrain, most of them were arrested in an instant. Even Lin Tianjian had become a captive under the siege of dozens of golden creatures. The martial artist that Su Yu was attached to was also captured. In the end, only Zhang Yuanling was left in hiding. Su Yu landed somewhere else and observed the situation quietly. The golden creature captured everyone and brought them to a certain plaza. There was a pool with a diameter of more than 1,000 feet. The pool was filled with fortune seawater. Beside the pool, a woman in white stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Her expression was cold and indifferent, but her cultivation was unfathomable. "Jizun, we've caught the 7 intruders." The white-robed woman was actually a Tao master. A faint demonic aura emanated from his body. Shockingly, he was a Tao lord of the demon race. She turned her head to look at the crowd. All of a sudden, everyone, including Lin Tianjian, felt a stabbing pain in their souls. Their memories had all been flipped over. She could see through everyone's souls with just a glance. What kind of powerful soul attainments did she have? There is still one. No, 2 people who haven't been brought to justice. Continue searching. The white-robed Tao master said calmly. A large number of golden creatures split up again to capture the 2 people. Looking at Lin Tianjian and the other captives, she opened her red lips and said, "Since you know what you shouldn't know, you should be mentally prepared, right?" Lin Tianjian and the others begged for mercy. "Jizun, please spare our lives." The white-robed woman's lips curled into a playful smile. "I've always been benevolent, and I like to give people opportunities. You can all enter the spiritual pool. If you can survive, I'll spare your lives." Lin Tianjian and the others turned pale. They had already noticed that the pool water was exactly the same as the lake water from before. They would surely die if they entered it. Seeing that they were hesitating, the white-robed woman swept her gaze over them. The martial artist on the far right let out a miserable shriek and fell to the ground. His soul had already been shattered, and his body and soul had been extinguished. "Since you don't want the opportunity one gave you, you can only die." The white-robed woman revealed a cruel smile. Despair appeared on Lin Tianjian and the others' faces, and they could only rush into the pool. Ah! Miserable shrieks echoed as the martial artists turned into a pool of blood one after another. Not even their dregs were left. All of them, including Lin Tianjian, had died. "Your luck isn't good. None of the 7 of you managed to evolve." The white-robed woman shook her head and sighed softly. Based on the success rate of 1 out of 10 people in the lake, all 7 of them had been killed. It was quite a failure. There are only 2 left. Don't disappoint me. Zhang Yuanling fled in fear, but no matter where he went, he couldn't find a way out. In the end, he was discovered by a group of golden creatures, and he was unfortunately captured. Only Su Yu was left. He had turned into dust, and the golden creatures couldn't find him. Zhang Yuanling was sent to where the white-robed woman was. She was sitting calmly beside the pool, and her bare feet were swinging in the pool. No matter how dangerous the lake water was, it couldn't harm her in the slightest. You only found one. The white-robed woman was slightly dissatisfied. She crooked her finger at Zhang Yuanling, and he fell into the pool involuntarily. Ah! Zhang Yuanling screamed, subconsciously. However, he was stunned for a moment and found that he didn't feel any pain. Instead, a strange thing was drilling into his body. The white-robed woman smiled faintly. You're lucky. Let me see what you've evolved into. She clasped her fingers together, and a black shadow was imprisoned in Zhang Yuanling's body. A look of surprise flashed across her face. High-grade talent, soul shadow? Then, with a flick of her finger, Zhang Yuanling stood up and stood in front of her. Capture him and lock him up. The white-robed woman's eyes revealed a look of deep anticipation. Zhang Yuanling was immediately taken away by a group of golden creatures. Yes, this is an unexpected gain. High-grade talent is something that can only be encountered by chance. The white-robed woman nodded with satisfaction. Even with billions of creatures entering the pool, it was usually difficult to evolve into a high-grade talent. Now that he had obtained one, it couldn't be denied that he was extremely lucky. After a pause, the white-robed woman frowned. That person hasn't been captured yet. Fine, I'll do it, the white-robed woman said. Her eyes were pale, and a soul radiance, visible to the naked eye, radiated from her body and swept across the surroundings. The whole Luoho was swept by this soul radiance, and none of the creatures could hide from it. So he's there, the white-robed woman said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already appeared in a corner. She pinched her fingers lightly and picked up a speck of dust. Then, she said calmly, it's rare to see someone who can use space to such an extent. Su Yu was already mentally prepared. After all, he couldn't hide from a Pathmaster. He folded his body back and looked at the woman calmly. He had seen many Pathmasters, so he was much calmer than ordinary people. Aren't you afraid? The white-robed woman asked calmly. Su Yu didn't say a word. He was secretly thinking about how to escape. However, the woman obviously wouldn't give Su Yu any chance to escape. She brought him back to the pool. With a flick of her finger, she threw him into the pool. Su Yu's face changed slightly. How could he not know the dangers of the creation ocean? Splash! When he fell into the water, the pain he had imagined didn't appear. Instead, a strange power invaded his body. However, Su Yu was very familiar with this power. It was the feeling of the creation energy. 2 successes in a row. The white-robed woman thought Su Yu would definitely die. Unexpectedly, he was safe and sound. Then, she hooked an iron pestle from his body. What great luck! It's a top-grade talent, the Tao Destruction Pestle. The white-robed woman was moved. Usually, only people with great fortunes can brew it. I can't believe a 4-crowned emperor like you could produce such a thing. Su Yu thought it must be because he had absorbed the creation energy of the previous creation tokens. Those inexplicable fortunes settled in his body. Now, after being stimulated by the pool water, they gave birth to strange fortunes. However, Su Yu didn't feel happy at all. He had seen with his own eyes that people who evolved talents would eventually evolve into evil creatures that lost their minds. It seems like you don't know what the Tao Destruction Pestle is. The white-robed woman noticed Su Yu's expression and said with a smile, the Tao Destruction Pestle is a top-grade talent. When it is used, it can destroy the Pathmasters will instantly and cause great harm to the Pathmaster. Su Yu said calmly, no matter how good the Tao Destruction Pestle is, it has nothing to do with me, right? Oh, you seem to know something. The white-robed woman glanced at Su Yu. She wanted to search his soul, but she found that there were pieces of golden light spots in his soul. Soul path fragments. How is that possible? The white-robed woman was shocked. She immediately restrained Su Yu in front of her and touched his forehead with her fingertips. After confirming that there were many soul fragments in his soul, she was even more shocked. You are just a four-crowned emperor. You are still far from becoming a pathmaster. Why is your soul showing signs of Tao transformation first? To become a pathmaster, one needed Tao techniques, Tao body, and Tao soul. Tao techniques were the cultivation of one's own rules to the extreme, becoming an existence like the great path of the world. Tao body was the tyrannical body which could destroy the world and was not afraid of any harm. On the other hand, Tao soul was an indestructible and indestructible soul. Only when all three were achieved could one break through to become a pathmaster. Usually, after becoming a half-step pathmaster, one could consider Tao techniques, Tao body, and Tao soul. It was the first time she had heard that a four-crowned emperor's soul showed signs of forming a Tao soul. After staring at Suyu for a long time, the white-robed woman said, "You are very special. I don't have the heart to extract the Tao destruction pestle from your body. As you said, the Tao destruction pestle was born in your body, but it doesn't belong to you. It belongs to me." The white-robed woman pointed at her nose. "I will extract it and refine it into a treasure." Suyu said, "Then I will become an evil creature." The white-robed woman said, "You really know something. However, you have no choice. Lock him up." Suyu was taken away by the golden creature and imprisoned in an iron cage. It was a cage used to imprison evil creatures. However, there was a seal on the outside, so it couldn't be opened from the inside. Although he was imprisoned, Suyu was not discouraged. Others might be afraid of the possibility of becoming an evil creature, but Suyu was not. Chapter 2082. After the golden figure left, he quietly took out a bottle of medicine. It was the frost cloud dew that he had obtained from the Haoyuan sect leader's cave abode on the Fortune Sea. Before the Haoyuan sect was destroyed, they had exhausted the last of their resources to develop this medicine. It was effective for creatures that had come into contact with the sea of natural fortune and hadn't mutated. As long as they swallowed it, they wouldn't turn into evil creatures again. After pondering for a moment, Suyu swallowed one. After swallowing the medicine, Suyu felt the fortune energy in his body boil and permeate outwards. Finally, it condensed into the mark of the Tao, destroying pestle on his chest. A thread of comprehension appeared in his mind. "I see. This elixir is actually used to activate my innate talent." Suyu suddenly understood. The reason why the living beings of the Sea of Good Fortune would eventually turn into evil beings was because the talent within their bodies had yet to be activated. Because of this, there was a drastic change, and in the end they turned into evil beings. Suyu carefully observed the bones in his body. The sign of the demonic transformation was that the bones were densely covered with scales. But at this moment, the scales on its bones were disappearing bit by bit. The Tao destroying pestle. Suyu's eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, he had an impulse to laugh. The white-robed Tao master would never have imagined that she would inadvertently help Suyu master such a nature-defying talent. Of course, this was inseparable from the fortune he'd obtained in the Sea of Fortune. If it wasn't for the accumulation of so much good fortune, how could a supreme-grade talent be born? According to the information he had obtained, the Tao Annihilation Pestle had great limitations. Every time he used it, he would have to wait for 3 years for the Tao Obliteration Pestle to recover on its own. Alternatively, he would have to wait for a Tao Lord to replenish the Tao Obliteration Pestle with a Tao art before he could use it again. An attack that second only to a Tao Lord? I must make good use of it. Suyu muttered to himself. Suyu looked at the cage in front of him and pondered. The white-robed Taoist master didn't take out the innate talent in his body on the spot. It was clear that he had to make some preparations to take it out. Suyu had to take advantage of this time to come up with a solution. Otherwise, if she found out that Suyu had activated his innate talent by himself, she would probably kill him. However, how could it be so easy to contend against a Tao Lord? He possessed Tao arts, Tao body, and Tao soul, so he was basically immune to all attacks below the Tao Lord level. Under such pressure, Su Yu was not discouraged. Instead, he tried to search for useful items on his body. Although the 3 protective talismans given by the heaven-shattering Tao Lord had the power of a Tao Lord, they were currently sealed and could not be used. As for the other items, their might was limited, and it was impossible for them to harm the Tao Lord at all. All of a sudden, Su Yu took out a red hammer. It was the treasure that the Yun ancestor of the 4 symbols civilization had given to Su Yu as a reward. This item was given to him by a great demon when he was wandering the demon realm. It claimed to be a magic treasure passed down by the demon clan's royal family. He'd even suffered the encirclement of a group of half-step Tao lords because of it, and he'd barely escaped with his life. The legacy of the demon clan's royal family must be extraordinary. Su Yu examined the red hammer carefully. He tried to use his primordial force and soul to explore this object. However, there seemed to be some kind of barrier on the surface of this object, and he was unable to see anything. I'm sure the Yun ancestor must have tried countless ordinary methods. Even a half-step Tao Lord couldn't do anything about it. So I don't have to waste my energy, Su Yu mused. He could only try other methods. After pondering for a long time, Su Yu used the fate rule and slashed at it with the fate-severing blade. Suddenly, a thick layer of demonic energy surged out. Su Yu used all of his rule and slashed at it fiercely. Finally, with a slight sound, the layer of demonic energy was forcibly cut off and peeled off from the red hammer. Somewhere far away, in a palace built of incomparably huge skeletons, an incomparably huge golden water dragon lay coiled in the palace. The dragon's scales on its body flickered, emitting a threatening dragon's might. Countless chains of the rule swam around its body, flickering indefinitely. The huge water dragon's head was filled with majesty, solemnity, and coldness. All of a sudden, the golden water dragon opened its eyes and looked up into the distance. There was shock in its eyes. The seal of the demon heart hammer has been broken by someone? Was it Nirvana or the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? That is the fairy embryo of one of the 10 great forbidden Tao artifacts of the demon clan. How could he have known that the demon heart hammer was activated by the fate rule, one of the 8 great rules of heaven and earth? The legacy imprint left by the bloodline of the demon emperor had been erased by the fate rule. Pass down my orders. Tighten the defense. We must not let Nirvana or the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce approach the ancient dream forbidden land and disturb the indestructible ancestral demon. Su Yu, who was completely unaware of this, had a look of surprise and contemplation in his eyes. The demon heart hammer? One of the 10 great forbidden treasures of the demon clan? Su Yu was surprised. It was really an important treasure of the demon clan. However, it was not a royal inheritance. It was a dangerous treasure, sealed by the demon clan. The function of this item was very peculiar. As long as it was knocked on the head of a person, it could deprive the person's memory and seal it in the demon heart hammer. The scope of its effect made Su Yu's heart palpitate. Even the Pathmaster could not be spared. It was precisely because it threatened the existence of the Pathmaster that it was sealed by the demon clan and prohibited from touching it. It can barely be considered a usable item, but how can I knock on the head of the Pathmaster? He fell into deep thought. 2 years passed in a flash. At Luoho's camp, Huang Fuliang sighed as he looked at the sky. His heart was filled with loneliness and sorrow. The expedition team had been gone for 2 years and had never returned. There was no doubt about their fate. If they could come back, they would have come back long ago. Husband, don't be sad anymore. When we enter the demon realm, I will find a way to use the royal inheritance treasure to summon Mr. Su's body. At least, I will not let him die without a place to bury him. Mo Shao Chai held a strand of Su Yu's hair in her hand. The demon clan's royal family was filled with many powerful treasures. There was a secret treasure that could find a body through a whiff of its scent. Sigh, we owe our benefactor a lot. Huang Fuliang's heart was filled with sorrow, and Mo Xiaochai also sighed deeply and touched her belly. If our child is born, he will recognize Su Yu as his godfather, even though we have never met before. Huang Fuliang looked at Mo Xiaochai's belly with tears in his eyes and nodded deeply. In an even more distant place, the world was dyed red with blood, and it was filled with endless slaughter. On the back of a humongous demonic beast that was half a step to the Pathmaster level sat a delicate figure in black armor with a cold temperament. She had a slender figure, and her facial features were as exquisite as a wild elf's. Her face, which was supposed to be cute and playful, was solemn at the moment. It was filled with maturity and vicissitudes of life. Her cultivation was even more terrifying, as it had reached the peak of the 5-crown divine realm. She held a long spear that was emitting a pitch-black mist, and it pierced through a giant skeleton that was wearing a purple crown. With a twist of the long spear, a boundless, dense, fierce energy burst forth and annihilated the skeleton. Chapter 2083. Crash! He heard the skeleton lose its ability to move and fall to the ground, its entire skeleton disintegrating. The third vertebra was glowing red, which was completely different from the rest of the bones. The pretty woman sucked it into her palm and kept it in her sleeve. As she moved her sleeve, 7 other similar vertebrae could be seen. Siener, why don't you use the blood bones of the 8 defiant kings? Beside her was a tall old man with wings on his back. If Su Yu was here, he would have recognized the old man as the Xianming Pathmaster who had a connection with him many years ago. It was his Milky Way star sand that had helped Su Yu many times. When they left the Tao Tai cage, it was the Xianming Pathmaster who took Sienna away. Master, I want to keep it and use it when I need it, the pretty woman said calmly. You still miss the human, don't you? The Xianming Pathmaster's eyes were calm and full of wisdom. I don't. The pretty woman was Qin Siener, who had been brought to the Azura world by the Xianming Pathmaster. The Xianming Pathmaster shook his head lightly. You don't want to achieve the body of a Pathmaster because you miss that human, right? As the successor of the 9 Nether Phoenix, Qin Siener activated the body of the 9 Nether Phoenix with the help of the Xianming Pathmaster after returning to the Azura world. Her cultivation speed increased day by day. In just a few decades, she reached the level of an emperor. Right at that moment, the Azura world changed. After losing quite a few Dao Lords in a row, the Azura realm had fallen into a long period of chaos. Each of the 8 half-step Dao Lords had taken over a region. Qin Siener, the successor of the 9 Nether Phoenix, came back and ruled the world as the young master of the Azura world. In the end, the 8 defiant kings attacked Qin Siener and the Xianming Path Master together. Qin Siener had to start a difficult journey to suppress the rebellion. After 20 years of fighting, Qin Siener had changed from a young girl to a female Azura who was feared by everyone in the Azura world. Her cultivation was earth-shattering, and her combat strength was unparalleled. The 8 defiant kings were all killed by her long spear. Through the slaughter, her 9 Netherworld Phoenix physique was stimulated by the space, causing her cultivation level to increase explosively. 5 years ago, she reached the peak of the 5-crown emperor level. As long as she used the blood and bones of the 8 kings to cultivate, she would be able to form a Taoist body and become invincible. However, after 5 years, Qin Siener still hadn't taken that step. Xianming's sect master was well aware of the reason. She still hadn't forgotten the human called Su Yu. Once Qin Siener became a Dao Lord, she would go through a special process, soul reconstruction. In the past, when Azuras became Dao Lords, their minds would be affected by the excessive aura of slaughter in their bodies. In the end, they would forget their feelings and become an extremely cold and indifferent person. Xianming Dao Master was the same. To become the Azura Dao Lord, one had to sever their emotions. He thought that after decades, Qin Siener would have forgotten her human lover. Who would have thought that even now she still yearned for it? Because of this, she was hesitant to become the Tao Master. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have saved him. If I had let him die in the hands of that evil woman, perhaps you would have completely given up, Xianming's sect master said indifferently. Qin Xian'er's indifferent eyes were cold. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Xianming's sect master shook his head and said, You'd better not have too many expectations. With the dangers of the great beginning realm, with only his soul left, his soul should have been destroyed long ago, right? Even if he didn't, he could only be an ordinary person, struggling to survive in some small and inferior civilization. Qin Xian'er clenched her fists and said in a low voice, Brother, Su Yu won't die. However, she couldn't help but think of Su Yu's desolate figure, struggling to survive in some city. A trace of bitter tears welled up in her eyes. When Su Yu first came to the great beginning realm, his cultivation was very low, and he only had his soul left. Even if his soul hadn't been destroyed, it was likely that he was struggling to survive. Thinking of his situation, Qin Xian'er's heart wailed silently. For many years, she had wanted to find Su Yu. However, after the Tao Tai cage, everyone was transported to different regions. The world was vast, and the great beginning realm was vast and boundless. How could she find him? Even if he didn't die, we are now people from two different worlds, and it is impossible for us to have any interaction. Have you ever thought about how he will feel when you stand in front of him again? I believe he will feel ashamed of himself and think that he is not worthy of you. If I were him, I would probably never want to see you again, because I know that I am not worthy of you. Reuniting with you will only be painful. Qin Xian'er pressed her lips together tightly and said, Brother Su, you will not see me. He won't. She said that, but she could imagine the scene when they met. Would Su Yu really avoid her? Haha, if you really meet, you will verify whether what I said is true, Xianming's sect master said slowly. Changing the topic, he looked at the skeletal remains on the ground and said, The 8 kings have been pacified, and now you are the rightful young master of the Azura world. Once you inherit the 9 Nether Phoenix body, you can become the realm master of the Azura world. However, you are still missing one thing. Qin Xian'er said, The missing Azura imperial seal, right? Xianming, sect master, nodded slightly. That's right. Ever since the 9 Nether Phoenix and I disappeared, the Azura imperial seal, which represents the identity of the realm master, disappeared without a trace. I think the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce must have something to do with it. We have to find it so that we can restore the Azura world. Qin Xian'er was not interested. If she had not been forced to train desperately for many years, she would have been too lazy to train. Now that the 8 kings had been pacified and there was no more danger, she did not want to waste energy looking for the Azura imperial seal. You have regained the cultivation of the Pathmaster. It will be easier for you to find it yourself, right? Qin Xian'er rejected him politely. Xianming's sect master knew Qin Xian'er's temperament. He smiled bitterly and said, Others try their best to fight for power and profit, but you insist on being forced by others. After thinking about it, Xianming's sect master's eyes flashed slightly. Don't you want to know if Su Yu is alive or dead? If he is, where is he? Hearing this, Qin Xian'er's eyes lit up, but she became vigilant again. What does that have to do with the Azura imperial seal? Haha, of course it has a lot to do with it. Xianming's sect master twisted his beard and laughed. The Azura imperial seal is now missing, but there is one person who knows, and that is the undying ancestral demon of the demon realm. This person was born in the era when the world was created. There is nothing he doesn't know and nothing he doesn't know. When you ask about the Azura imperial seal, you can ask where Su Yu is. Qin Xian'er's indifferent face was filled with deep excitement. Are you serious? Of course. I have no need to lie to you. Qin Xian'er thought about it and said, All right, I will go. Xianming, sect Master laughed and took out a space storage device. There is a handwritten letter for the current realm master of the demon realm in it. Show it to him, and he will let you meet the undying ancestral demon. Chapter 2084. One day, Su Yu had been trapped in the iron cage for 2 years. In the past 2 years, he had been constantly deducing all kinds of ways to escape. Day and night, he had finally found a method that was barely feasible. He was just waiting for the opportunity to come and fight for it. Crack! Suddenly, the iron cage next door opened. Su Yu's pupils shrank as he looked through the crack. The white-robed Taoist master appeared in front of Zhang Yuanling's cage after 2 years. In order to collect your innate talents, I've personally refined 2 treasure-refining furnaces. I'll use you as a test subject first. The white-robed Taoist master took out a triangular awl that was burning with a fiery glow. With a crooked finger, Zhang Yuanling uncontrollably floated out of the cage and came before the white-robed Taoist. The white-robed Taoist master flicked his finger and shot the triangular awl 3 inches away from Zhang Yuanling's chest. The black soul shadow in his body seemed to be pulled out by something and forcibly separated from Zhang Yuanling's chest. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanling foamed at the mouth as if he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. His body trembled violently as he let out a painful roar. Then, due to the extreme pain, he directly fainted. Zhang Yuanling was a half-step Tao Lord, and his endurance was extraordinary. However, he'd actually fainted from the pain, and the pain he suffered was obvious. The white-robed Taoist master remained unmoved while he was unconscious, and he successfully sucked the black shadow into the triangular cone. She glanced sideways and stared at Su Yu with a faint smile. "It's your turn." Su Yu's heart thumped fiercely, and his blood boiled rapidly. The white-clothed woman took light steps and arrived in front of Su Yu's iron cage. As her eyes flickered, the cage was opened. Before Su Yu could react, his body was confined by a powerful Tao will, and he couldn't move at all. What I'm looking forward to the most is still your superb talent." The white-robed Taoist master's eyes were filled with anticipation. A supreme-grade innate talent is something that can only be discovered by luck. If it is nurtured, it might even be able to become a saint-grade innate talent that can fight against a Taoist master. The white-robed Tao master flicked his finger, and the triangular cone shot towards Su Yu's chest. Su Yu immediately sensed a powerful, formless energy penetrating his body and searching it. But after searching for a while, he returned empty-handed. The look of anticipation on the white-robed Taoist master's face faded slightly, and a strange look appeared in his eyes as he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Her treasure-refining furnace was personally refined by her, so there wouldn't be any problems. The problem was Su Yu. She crooked her finger and drew out Su Yu's talent. The pattern of the Tao-destroying pestle appeared clearly. "Strange, there's nothing wrong with it." The white-robed Tao Lord was puzzled. Suddenly, the Tao-destruction pestle attacked without the slightest sign, and it transformed into an extremely sharp ray of golden light that smashed against the Tao Lord in white. However, she was a Tao Lord after all. When she was about to be struck, she teleported away. He shouted coldly, "You actually activated your talent on your own, trying to plot against me? Ridiculous. As a Tao master, how could he be plotted against by a mere 4-crown emperor? If that was the case, he would be laughing his head off." However, just as his figure was about to teleport, Su Yu suddenly shouted, "Time and space freeze!" He unleashed the laws of time and space at the same time, freezing the white-robed Taoist master's figure for an instant. Normally, one would be frozen for a breath of time, but against a Tao Lord, it was less than 1/10 of a breath of time. However, all of this had been carefully calculated by Su Yu. 1/10 of a breath was more than enough. Bang! The Tao Annihilation pestle struck forcefully against the white-clothed Tao Lord, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The white-clothed Tao Lord was shocked and angry. However, a black shadow flashed in front of her. Taking advantage of the moment when she was injured, Suyu had broken free from her restraints and teleported over at an unimaginable speed. He was holding a blood-red hammer in his hand, and he smashed it against her head. The hammer was well prepared and accurate. Unfortunately, her abdomen was still pinned by the Tao Annihilation Pestle, so she had no time to teleport. She only had time to release the unique Tao will of the Tao Lord to destroy Suyu completely. Suyu's face changed dramatically. He gritted his teeth and activated the 10 5-crown Emperor Peak talismans on his body. Compared to the Tao will of the Tao Lord, the power of the talismans was like the brilliance of a firefly compared to the brilliance of the moon. Even 10 talismans couldn't block it. However, the power of the talismans was instantly annihilated by the Tao will. Suyu's hair stood on end, and he had a premonition of extreme danger. This scene was also within his calculations. Without hesitation, he took out the Azura sword and held it in front of him. Crack! The Azura sword, which had been used for a long time, couldn't block the destruction of the Tao will. However, there was a slight weakening of the Tao will. After all, the Azura sword was a top-notch Emperor-level divine weapon, second only to the Tao artifact, Fairy Embryo. Its destruction was also within his calculations. At the moment when it broke, Suyu took out the earth vault furnace and held it in front of his chest. Buzz! Buzz! After the earth vault furnace roared 3 times, it finally couldn't resist the terrible Tao will and broke into countless pieces. At this time, the Tao will had been reduced by 50%, and there was only half left. Not daring to hesitate, Suyu took out the Heavenly Orchid silver bamboo fruit and held it in front of his chest. The Tao will attacked, and the Heavenly Orchid silver bamboo fruit immediately swallowed it like a whale, absorbing 40% of the Tao will in one go. The fruit was instantly full, and it was knocked away by the last 10% of the Tao will. Not to mention 10% of the Tao will. Even a trace of it was enough to destroy Suyu tens of thousands of times. At the last moment, he took out the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Boom! The terrible Tao will hit the divine 9-dragon cauldron, causing it to tremble violently. The 6 crystallized dragons flew away, roaring in the air. The layer of Tao couldn't leave any marks on the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The terrible Tao will bounce the divine 9-dragon cauldron onto Suyu, instantly destroying it. His body and soul were both destroyed. Revival from the dead. However, Suyu was really well prepared. He had predicted this scene, and he had used revival from the dead in advance. Everything seemed to take a long time, but actually happened in a split second. The white-robed Tao Master still maintained the posture of releasing the Tao will, as if nothing had happened. However, in fact, Suyu had already experienced several life-and-death situations, and he had even died in the last one. She only had time to open her eyes wide, and Suyu had successfully dissolved the wisp of Tao will. The red hammer in his hand struck her head without any resistance. Bang! With a loud sound, the white-robed Tao Master felt an excruciating pain in her soul, and countless memories were instantly shattered and disrupted. However, her soul was far stronger than an ordinary Tao Master's, and it was extremely powerful. The hammer strike should have wiped out all of her memories, but she managed to resist it. She hugged her head, which was in great pain, and let out a shrill roar as she released the Tao will once again. Suyu's heart beat wildly, as if he had missed a beat. The scene just now was the limit of his deductions for 2 years, and it was also the limit of what he could handle. It was impossible for him to resist this wisp of Tao will. Revival from the dead could only be used once a day, and it was impossible for him to come back to life. At the last moment, Suyu clenched his teeth and shouted, "Let's go all out!" With a loud roar, just as she was about to release the Tao will, Suyu teleported forward, raised the divine 9-dragon cauldron, and smashed it onto her head. Ah! With another shrill scream, the white-robed Tao Master was smashed onto the ground by the cauldron. Suyu's hands did not stop and he immediately followed up with another blow with his left hand, which was holding the red hammer. As the white-robed Tao Master continued to scream, the cauldron smashed down once again. Su Yu's hands were like falling meteors, and he smashed her more than 10 times in succession. Finally, he heard the white-robed Tao Master sobbing, "Father, please stop hitting me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again." Su Yu was stunned, and he stopped only after he was sure that she was not pretending. Chapter 2085. Father? Was she beaten silly? Or was it because of the power of the demon's sealing heart hammer? It should be the latter. Her soul energy was too strong. The demon's sealing heart hammer had absorbed a lot of scattered memories, which made her memory blurry and incomplete. Now, it should be because of her confused memory that she was still a child and was being beaten by her father. Su Yu was embarrassed when he recalled what he had done just now. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. However, Su Yu was also exhausted. He put away the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the demon sealing heart hammer and took a deep breath. She hadn't even shown a trace of the Path Master's power. Su Yu had died once and had tried his best to mess up her memory. Not only had he lost the Azura sword, which he had used for a long time, but he had also destroyed the earth-fall furnace. The loss was disastrous. Sob, sob. Father, I was wrong. Then he heard the sound of incessant crying. He looked sideways and saw the white-robed Path Master hiding against the wall. She was hugging her knees and crying. She looked very pitiful. She must have been exposed to such violence for a long time when she was young. It must have left an indelible impression on her soul. That was why she reacted now. Su Yu thought for a while and said, "Come here." The white-robed Path Master was scared. She didn't dare to resist and walked over. Her whole body was trembling with fear. Unexpectedly, Su Yu just touched her head and asked, "Does it hurt?" The white-robed Path Master sniffled, and the fear on her face eased. She shook her head and said, "It doesn't hurt. Be obedient, and you won't be beaten, understand?" Su Yu said. The white-robed Path Master knew that her father's anger had dissipated. Her fear disappeared and was replaced by respect. She nodded vigorously and said, "I will listen to you, father." "Then take out your Tao artifacts, Tao artifact fairy embryos, and all kinds of offensive talismans," Su Yu said shamelessly. "Okay." The white-robed Path Master took out a transparent coin. It was her natal Tao artifact, the Soul Plate. The Tao she had mastered was the Tao of Souls. The Soul Plate was a Tao artifact condensed from her Tao will. It had extremely powerful soul attacks. A Path Master of the same level couldn't defend against the Soul Plate. Su Yu couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, he was decisive and didn't give her a chance to use the Soul Plate. He couldn't use it. Only the white-robed Taoist master could. However, she still had a Tao artifact immortal embryo that looked exactly the same as the soul disc. It was a failed Tao artifact, and its power was unable to compete with the real Soul Plate. Because of the failure, even its use had changed. Currently, it could only nourish a person's soul. Su Yu's soul was still intact, so he didn't need it for the time being. However, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't use it for other purposes. Therefore, he put it away without hesitation. After that, there were all sorts of talismans. There were many types of talismans, but without exception, all of them were talismans at the level of Tao Masters. It was impossible to activate them with just the power of the Great Desolation. Only the Tao Masters, Tao, could do it. Of course, Su Yu would never let them off. He couldn't use it now, but that didn't mean he couldn't use it in the future. Seeing that she was still searching for things, Su Yu said, "Forget it. I will keep all your things safe for you, and I will give them to you when you need them. How about that?" He didn't know if it was because he had been in contact with the tree goddess and Amo Shao Chai for a long time, but his lower limit had also become unfathomable. Oh, all right. The white-robed Taoist master put away everything and condensed them into a grain of sand at his fingertip. All of her belongings were sealed in it. Su Yu carefully stored the grain of sand, as it was the entire wealth of a living Taoist. Its value was so high that it couldn't be measured by money. While you're at it, I should also fill up the things here. Su Yu flicked his fingers, and the Tao-destroying pestle came out of his body. The white-robed Taoist master extended his finger and touched the Tao-destroying pestle. All of a sudden, the Tao-destroying pestle was filled with energy again. This object was second only to the attack of a half-step Taoist master. It was a powerful trump card. "Father, where are you taking Kura?" the white-robed Taoist master asked. It turned out that her nickname was Kur. "I'm taking you to the demon realm, but I seem to be lost. Do you know how to get there?" "Yes, I do. We're going to the demon realm now." Su Yu's heart thumped. "Do you know where we are?" Kur shook her head and said confusedly, "I seem to know, but I forgot. Let me think about it carefully." She racked her brains, and a pained look appeared on her face. "I seem to remember something, but it's very scattered." "Forget it. Don't think about it," Su Yu said immediately. "If you remember something bad, it will be troublesome." Kur asked curiously, "What bad thing?" "Ahem, some unbearable memories of the past." Su Yu felt slightly guilty, so he gave up on pursuing this matter. If she remembered what had happened today, then everything would be over. "Now let's leave this place, okay?" The longer she stayed here, the more chaotic memories she might recall. So, it would be better to take her to an unfamiliar place such as the camp. "Father, if you want to go up there, what should we do?" Su Yu pointed at the barrier above their heads. Kua said it's easy. She pulled Su Yu's hand and teleported into a mysterious room, which had countless spell formations revolving at the same time. Su Yu scanned the place and confirmed that it was a core control room. There were tens of thousands of spell formations, and they were probably the ones controlling the cage that imprisoned the purple evil creature. Crooked her finger, and one of the spell formations flew to her feet. They jumped onto it, and it teleported them away. When they reappeared, Su Yu was already in the surface world, and his eyes were filled with dense fog. "I'm finally out." Su Yu let out a long sigh as he breathed in the fresh air of the outside world. He looked around to confirm the direction of the camp. After being imprisoned for 2 years, Huang Fu Liang and Mo Shaochai must have been worried sick. Right at that moment, the white fog suddenly sped up. Su Yu had seen it before. It was a natural change in the fog every time Luoho stopped at a stop. Looking at the time, it should be the Demon Path realm. "We should hurry back," Su Yu said. If he was late, it would be difficult to meet up with the two of them. Boom! However, right at that moment, an aura that made Su Yu shudder suddenly descended. No, it wasn't just one aura. There were 3 of them. "Destroy the experimental site and capture Meng Ku are alive." A mighty voice came from the darkness. The terrifying auras of the 3 Path Masters descended upon Luoho. The fog that had covered it for countless years was forcibly dispersed by their auras. Su Yu and Meng Ku were immediately exposed. "Meng Ku has been discovered. Capture her." 3 destructive auras descended rapidly. Su Yu's blood was boiling, and he felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. That scene was simply frightening. "Father, you go first. The enemy is very strong." Meng Ku had lost her memory, but her battle instincts were still there. She pointed a finger at Su Yu, and a powerful Tao aura enveloped Su Yu. He flew out of Luoho and into the rapidly changing space turbulence. Su Yu flew backward, and Meng Ku's figure immediately disappeared from his eyes. All that was left were 4 tyrannical waves that could destroy a galaxy. He had no time to think, and immediately became wary of the space turbulence around him. He saw streaks of pitch-black space turbulence pass by him. Even with the space law, it was difficult to resist the omnipresent turbulence. It was the Tao aura on the surface of his body that completely offset the turbulence. His figure continued to fall, falling for 10 days and 10 nights before he finally fell out of the space turbulence brought about by Luoho's flight and into nothingness. The terrifying power of nothingness immediately eroded him. However, the power of nothingness could not shake the Tao aura at all. He walked freely in the nothingness, and after a long time, he found a mass of purple light appearing at the end of his line of sight. That should be the demon realm, right? Looking at the demon realm, Suyu felt relieved. The promise that he had made for almost 100 years could finally be fulfilled. He had arrived at the demon realm, and his promise with the 9-tailed white fox had finally been fulfilled. However, just as Suyu was about to set off, he suddenly heard the sound of space turbulence coming from the sky above him. He saw a warship speeding in his direction. It was heading straight for Suyu. The words Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were printed on the warship. "The person in front of me, surrender now." A powerful voice came from the warship. Looking at the bow, Suyu saw 7 half-path masters standing side by side. They emitted a powerful aura and locked onto Suyu from afar. Suyu's face changed slightly. If it was just a half-path master, he could use the Tao Destruction Pestle and the Soul Plate to deal with him. However, there were 7 of them, and he did not even have to think about it. Without thinking, Suyu took out a talisman. After activating it, an enormous steel warship appeared from it. It was the mecha civilization from that mysterious space. He jumped onto the warship, activated it, and immediately traveled rapidly in the vast nothingness. So fast! The half-path masters of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce were all surprised. The warship of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was known as the best in the nothingness. However, it was not even half as fast as that strange warship. They chased after it with all their might. After half a month, they completely lost sight of the warship. This lad's final destination is still the demon realm. We can speculate that his target is the demon realm. Contact the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce in the demon realm immediately. "We must investigate this person," the leading half-path master said in a deep voice. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had ambushed Luoho and planned to capture Meng Ke alive. However, Meng Ke's combat power was astonishing. She fought against 3 path masters alone. Not only was she not captured, but she also injured one of the path masters and escaped successfully. Her whereabouts were unknown. However, the 3 path masters noticed that Meng Ke had sent away an unknown person before the battle. This person might be related to Meng Ke in countless ways, so the path masters had sent them to capture him. Suyu had finally shaken off the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce after traveling for several months. Looking at the demon realm in front of him, he furrowed his brows. With the enormous power of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, there must be a Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce in the demon realm. Even if there is no open one, there must be a black market. Suyu had witnessed the power of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's intelligence network several times. It could only be described as pervasive. If he reached the demon realm, it would be even more dangerous. However, after so many years of traveling, he had finally reached this step. How could he give up now? Chapter 2086. Right at this moment, a leisurely and beautiful sound of nature sounded out from within the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Below is the territory of the White Chalk Demon Clan, one of the 10 great ferocious clans of the demon realm. As a human, you'd better not enter. It was the 9-tailed demonic fox. Suyu's eyes flickered as he asked, "Where do you think is suitable?" "The west," the 9-tailed demonic fox said. Suyu nodded his head. He summoned his enormous jade wings, which had a circumference of 100,000 feet. With a gentle flap, he instantly left the place. In the next moment, he had crossed nearly 1/10,000th of the demon realm's territory. Even a half-path master would find it difficult to cross such a distance in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Suyu said, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" The 9-tailed white fox laughed. "You're really cautious. I told you to go west, but you went east. Are you afraid I'll harm you? Suyu smiled. The demon realm is your territory after all. I'd better be careful. There are 2 promises between us. Fulfill them one by one. Suyu found a quiet mountaintop and sat down with his legs crossed. The 9-tailed demonic fox had said that as soon as Suyu arrived in the demon realm, she would tell him how to open the Blood Lotus Demon's relic. As for handing over the 9 jade spiritual pearl to Suyu, it was a matter of bringing his skeleton back to the demon clan's royal family. Now he could fulfill the first promise. We've known each other for so long, yet you still don't trust me. The 9-tailed demonic fox giggled. Suyu did not say a word. He stared at the 9 jade spiritual pearl quietly. She had no choice but to manifest a hazy soul. Her posture was as elegant as ever. She said, "Take out that box." Suyu obeyed and took out the dark red box. Now that he thought of himself as powerful, he still felt a sense of trepidation when faced with this box. It was as if there was a living path master staring at him coldly from within the box. The Blood Lotus Dao Demon was the 8th generation demon emperor in the history of the demon race. He was also the most terrifying demon emperor in history. Once, with his strength alone, he intimidated the 10 universal civilizations and was almost above the Ecliptic Temple. At that time, the demon world was not a 7-star civilization, but it surpassed it. That was the monster realm's most flourishing era, an unprecedented glory comparable to the dragon realm. It's a pity that good times don't last long. The demon realm is too powerful, threatening the rule of the Ecliptic Palace. The nearby 10 great Ecliptic Palaces joined forces to suppress the demon realm, mobilizing more than 30 Dao, lords, and countless emperors. And in the demon realm there is only one Dao master, the demon emperor. In the end, the demon realm suffered a great defeat, but the price paid by the Ecliptic Temple was extremely tragic. Out of 30 supreme beings, 18 perished and only 12 survived. Countless emperors died, causing a calamitous loss to the 10 great Ecliptic temples. Even now, many Ecliptic temples still haven't recovered, such as the Archeong Mirror Ecliptic Temple you went to. You had already studied the nearby star map. The Archfrost Mirror's Ecliptic Palace was just one of the many Ecliptic palaces in the void. The area covered by the Ecliptic Temple was known as the Civilization System. When he heard about the great battle between the demon realm and the 10 Ecliptic palaces, he couldn't help but be deeply shocked. How powerful was the demon realm at that time? What about the demon emperor? The graceful face of the white 9-tailed fox turned gloomy. As you can see, he died in the Tao Tai's stomach and eventually turned to dust. He was beheaded. No, it was the Blood Lotus Dao Demon who was too powerful. They couldn't kill him even if they joined forces. They could only imprison him and use time to wear him down. Suyu was shocked when he heard this. What kind of existence could a person who couldn't even be killed by the joint forces of the supreme beings? Before he was captured, the Blood Lotus Dao Demon spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence. One of them turned into the demon clan's inherited doctrine artifact, the heaven-sealing imprint Earth Mirror. It ensured that the strong men of the Path Master level could no longer enter the Azura world. That was how the Azura world was prevented from being massacred by the Ecliptic Temple. The second mouthful turned into a Path Master, continuing his bloodline. The third mouthful turned into a relic, and its whereabouts are unknown. Suyu's eyes were filled with shock. Not only did the first mouthful of blood turn into a doctrine artifact, but the second mouthful turned into a Path Master? Just how powerful was the Blood Lotus Dao Demon himself? Then he suddenly realized how shocking the relic in his hands was. The third mouthful of blood essence was definitely equivalent to, or even greater than, the previous 2 mouthfuls of blood essence. So, how do I open this box? Suyu was excited. The white 9-tailed fox said, "I have a Blood Lotus Dao Demon technique that can be used to open it." With a flick of her finger, She shot a speck of light into the space between Su Yu's brows. In his memory, there was indeed an additional unfamiliar technique. You can open it now. I'm curious as to what's inside. Su Yu nodded, but he suddenly lifted his head and stared into the eyes of the white nine-tailed fox. Even though the white nine-tailed fox had concealed it very well, Su Yu still caught a hint of unusual anticipation. She really hoped that Su Yu could open the dark red box. There was something very wrong with this woman. That technique. Something was not right. Why don't you open it? The white nine-tailed fox asked calmly. Her expression was as elegant as ever, and there was nothing unusual about her. But Su Yu was confident that his eyes had not misjudged her. He smiled faintly, put away the dark red box, and said, "Let's open it another day." He looked into the eyes of the white nine-tailed fox. This time, he did not reveal anything unusual. Up to you. Anyway, I've already given you the technique. After saying this, she prepared to return. Su Yu's eyes shone. Aren't you going to tell me where the demon clan royal family is? According to the agreement, her bones were to be sent to the demon clan royal family. In the west, the white nine-tailed fox said faintly, then returned to the nine-jade spiritual pearl with a smile. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. He had long felt that this goddess was mysterious and untrustworthy. Now, it seemed that he really had to be on his guard. Su Yu prepared to fly to the west in a flash. But just as he was about to leave, a few auras of early stage, 5-crowned divine warriors approached. Looking over, he saw 3 young women with threatening demonic energy. Behind them were several groups of mid-stage, 5-crowned divine warriors. The 3 of them had extraordinary statuses. They were all dressed in purple robes made of a strange material, and each had a precious crown on their head. On their backs, they each had a large bow. Seeing Su Yu here from afar, the 3 of them looked surprised. This hunting zone even has weak living creatures like humans. Aren't they worried that we hunters will encounter danger? The one in the middle was a woman with almond-shaped eyes. Her lips were sharp like a bird's beak, and she said, unhappily, "Haha, who cares? Anyway, there will be rewards for shooting him. As long as he is prey, it's fine." The woman in red next to her was also a sharp-beaked living creature. She took out a red bow and shot an arrow at Su Yu. Su Yu frowned. What was going on? Although the people of the demon realm were fierce and aggressive, to shoot someone without saying a word, wasn't that a little too disrespectful of human life? Without thinking, Su Yu dodged with the tip of his toes. He said indifferently, "Do the 3 of you have a grudge against us?" This prey is not bad. His reaction speed is very fast. Interesting. No wonder he was released into the hunting zone. It looks like hunting him will take some effort. The woman in red became more and more interested. She released the cultivation of a 5-crowned divine warrior, drew her bow to its fullest extent, and shot an arrow at Su Yu. Even if Su Yu was made of clay, he would still be enraged after being shot with arrows. Chapter 2087. Su Yu raised his hand, and the Tianyi bow appeared in his palm. After using the bow and arrow for a long time, he had already reached the point where he was very familiar with it. Without even looking at the arrow, he casually released an arrow. A jet-black arrow light pierced through the sky, instantly splitting the arrow shot by the other party in the middle. The arrow didn't stop and pierced through the other party's shoulder blade. Blood splattered as the woman in red's shoulder was pierced through. She was shocked. There's actually a powerful prey. Not only was she not afraid, but she was also full of battle intent. She said excitedly, "Brothers, we might have encountered the beast king of the hunting grounds." Hearing this, the 2 male beasts grinned and unleashed their beastly auras. Not only were they not intimidated, but their battle intent was even higher, as expected of the warlike demon race. If it was any other race, they would have been cautious. Hee. Once we capture the Beast King, we will have the qualifications to meet the Demon Prince. Let's attack together. It turned out that the three of them were siblings. All of them pulled back their bows and shot an arrow at Suyu. Suyu's eyes shone with a cold light. "I've already left my men behind, so why are you so aggressive?" Suyu's gaze became cold, and he gave up on the long sword. Instead, he took out a strange long sword that was entirely shaped like a dragon. Since he could no longer use the Shura sect sword, he could only use the royal dragon sword. Sinkhole. The sword itself contained the dragon clan's divine technique, and when combined with Suyu's demonic sword technique, its power was naturally earth-shattering. As soon as the sword style was unleashed, the weather changed. Tens of thousands of black sword shadows soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. The phenomenon was extremely shocking. The three long arrows which were approaching Suyu were all destroyed when they were 10,000 feet away from him. Only then did the three demon clans' faces reveal traces of fear. In the distance, the mid-stage 5-crown emperor experts in charge of protecting them had a drastic change in expression. They all moved closer, protecting the three monster race members behind them. Three young masters stepped back. Right at this moment, the sky full of sword shadows condensed into a giant dragon, roaring as it swooped down. The 6 5-crown emperors in the mid-stage turned pale with fright, hurriedly operating the law chains, sealing them into a law sphere, enveloping everyone, including the three young masters. Crack! The defenses of the 6 great 5-crown emperors couldn't even withstand a single blow from the iron cage, instantly shattering. The 6 people inside were all swept by the remnant sword shadows. Screams rang out one after another. They were either badly mutilated or badly mutilated. The 3 young masters were still fine, being protected. The 6 mid-stage 5-crown emperors' injuries were slightly more serious. The Beast King is so powerful. The 3 young lords gasped in shock. He isn't a Beast King. A true Beast King wouldn't appear in a small hunting ground like ours. Moreover, if we really did encounter a Beast King, we wouldn't be able to survive either. The 6 mid-stage 5-crown emperors' physiques were extremely powerful. His heavily injured body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His speed was much faster than other creatures at the same level, second only to Suyu when he used the life law. The physique of the demon clan was truly incomparably tough. My apologies, we misunderstood. I wonder if your distinguished self entered the hunting grounds? The middle stage 5-crown emperor in the lead cupped his fists. Although Suyu had displayed astonishing power, he was not afraid. Instead, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Every demon race was like this. The saying that the demon race loved to fight fiercely was indeed true. If my strength was inferior to yours, I'm afraid you wouldn't have asked this question, right? Suyu stared at them coldly. He had just arrived in the demon realm, and he was already being treated as prey. He didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. Of course, if you don't have strength, your death will be in vain. Only with strength can you have the right to speak with us on equal terms. The one who spoke was a red-clothed demon. The injury on her shoulder had already recovered, and she spoke without fear. Suyu glanced at her. There's no need to speak, just don't block the way. As he spoke, he prepared to activate his wings and fly towards the demon clan royal family. Wait, the red-clothed female demon said. I see that you are a human, right? Have you obtained a pass to the demon realm? If not, you will be caught no matter where you go. Suyu frowned slightly. He hadn't heard about this from the Tianken Path Master's memory or the Yun ancestor's description. When did this rule come into being? Recently, the red-robed demon said. Ever since an unknown being stole the 10 forbidden immortal embryos of the imperial family, the imperial family issued an order that all living beings in the demon realm who are not part of the demon race must go to the local official office to verify their identity and issue a pass. Otherwise, they may be captured by the patrolling experts of the demon realm at any time. I think you trespassed on the hunting ground without permission. You don't know about this, do you? Su Yu was slightly surprised. The stolen fairy embryos was the demon forbidden heart hammer that the Yun ancestor had taken away, right? It was with him now. If I wanted to meet the demon clan royal family, how difficult would it be? Su Yu stopped and asked. The red-clothed demon laughed involuntarily. That depends on who you want to meet. To meet the son of the demon emperor, you only need to capture a beast king alive. If you want to meet the demon emperor, don't even think about it. The demon emperor hasn't seen outsiders for too long. People like you who don't even have a pass would be recognized by the formation inside the demon emperor's 7 Knights divine capital and killed on the spot. Su Yu frowned slightly. The demon forbidden heart hammer had attracted such trouble? It really wasn't easy to meet the demon emperor. Where is the local official office? Su Yu asked. Hearing that, the few of them chuckled. The red-clothed demon said with a smile, It seems far away, but it's right before your eyes. Huh. You are the person in charge of the local officials? To be precise, the Tianyin continent master is the father of the 3 of us. We are half in charge of the local officials. It would be easy for us to help you get a pass. The red-clothed demon had a faint smile on her face. Su Yu understood what she meant. Indifferently, he said, You hope that if I do something for you, you will find a way to get a pass for me? You're quite smart, human, the red-clothed demon said. Su Yu muttered. Tell me what you want to do first. If I don't think it's worth it, I will look for other official offices to get a pass. Haha, is that so? Then are you sure that other official offices are willing to omit the 3 processes of searching your memory, checking your space storage device, and wearing a tracking device? These 3 processes. So you didn't want to expose any of them, especially the storage space. If they found out about the nursery in the 9 Jade spiritual pearl, the consequences would be dire. The 9-tailed white fox had said that it was a legacy treasure of the demon race. How would the demon race react if they found out? He stared at the red-clothed demon in front of him again. Indifferently, he said, State your request. They must have taken a fancy to his strength. Sure enough, the red-clothed demon smiled. It's very simple. Follow us and search for the Beast King. Of course, you don't have to worry. We're only searching. The killing will be handled by the strong ones. It sounded feasible. Of course, it only sounded plausible. Let's find a place to talk in detail. All right, come to the Tianyin continent's Wang Mansion. The group of people regrouped and returned to a group of meteorites suspended in midair. There were about 1 million of them, and each one was equivalent to the size of a 5-star civilization. And this was just the Tianyin continent. One could imagine how prosperous the entire demon realm was. Chapter 2088. The meteorite in the middle was enormous. Su Yu followed them into the heavenly Silver Continent's king's mansion. Su Yu and the 3 demons in red talked in secret. After a while, they reached an agreement. From their conversation, Su Yu learned that the demon in red was called Lai Hongjin, and the 2 male demons were his disciples, Lai Yuan and Lai Bo. The place where they met was the heavenly Silver Continent's hunting ground. It was open once every 100 years for 20 years. They happened to be hunting there, and Su Yu barged in. The prey was very special. They were not wild beasts, but criminals who had committed the most heinous crimes by the demon realm. They were all exiled and became prey. If they could survive the 20 years of hunting, they would receive a corresponding reduction in their sentence. Of course, most of them would die at the hands of the hunters, because hunting was a top event that involved the entire demon realm. Powerful hunters could receive rewards from the demon realm royal family. A light reward would be a Dao coin, and a heavy one would be admitted to the 7 Knights divine capital and become a member of the demon realm royal family's divine guard. The divine guard was the highest honor pursued by all the demons in the demon realm. It meant that they had been close to the demon emperor and had contributed to the demon emperor. It was an honor that nothing could exchange for. However, it was extremely difficult to become a divine guard. Every 100 years, no more than 20 people were recruited. It could be said that every divine guard was an existence that people looked up to. For example, in the Heavenly Silver Continent, only the Heavenly Silver Continent's master had received a divine guard medal. Therefore, the people of the demon realm were passionate about hunting criminals, which made all criminals feel hopeless, especially the strongest criminal, the Beast King. He was almost everyone's target. Only by killing the Beast King would one be qualified to meet the Demon Prince and become a candidate under the Demon Prince. The candidates would compete with each other, and the 10 strongest would be chosen to become the immortal guards. With the abilities of Lai Hongjin and his 2 brothers, it was impossible for them to kill the Beast King. Even so, their enthusiasm did not diminish. Su Yu agreed with them to find the Beast King. In return, they would secretly give Su Yu a legal pass, but he would not have to go through the 3 slave treatment procedures. After the discussion, Lai Hongjin arranged for Su Yu to stay temporarily and left with his 2 brothers. "Sister, why are you so polite to a human? Although his abilities are good, the Heavenly Silver Continent does not lack strong people, right?" That was the truth. If they wanted experts, there were plenty of mid-stage 5-crown emperors among the people, and even late-stage 5-crown emperors who were willing to help them. They couldn't understand their sister's behavior. Lai Hongjin sighed. "Take it as repayment for shooting him by mistake. Give him a chance to obtain the entry pass." She didn't lack manpower, and the reason why she had asked for Su Yu's help was because she wanted to help him secretly. Even though she was the young master of the Tianyin continent, she could not immediately give Su Yu a pass. Su Yu had to accompany her to participate in some public activities and be trusted by others. Only then would she not need to go through the 3 procedures to give him a pass. Just remember to call him when we're on the move. You don't have to worry about him for the rest of the time. Lai Yuan and Lai both suddenly understood. Lai Yuan's expression was cold and solemn. He shook his head helplessly. "Sis, sometimes you are too soft-hearted. You're not like a demon. He's just a human. You can just shoot him, but you still want to compensate him. No one would believe you even if you told them. I feel the same way as well. Perhaps that human might even think that you're the one begging him for help. Big sis. He doesn't even know that you're helping him from the shadows." To be honest, Su Yu really did know. When the 2 of them came to an agreement, Su Yu had used his listening technique to prevent any accidents from happening. So he knew what Lai Hongjin was thinking. He sighed inwardly. "When I first met him, I thought he was a bad person. I didn't expect him to be someone who looks cold on the outside, but is actually a just person." Time passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yu seemed to have been forgotten, and no one came to disturb him. On this day, the Tianyin Continent Prefecture welcomed an important guest. A gorgeously dressed, charming, and graceful cat-eared young lady was visiting the Tianyin Continent Prefecture under the protection of several peak 5-crown emperors. The servants who were guarding the gate were only slightly courteous before letting her in. It was as if she was a regular here. "Where is Xiao Hong Hong?" the cat-eared young lady asked the butler. The butler did not know whether to laugh or cry. Perhaps only this playmate of the eldest mistress would address the cold and heartless eldest mistress like that. "She's training in the backyard." "All right, you don't have to inform him. I'll go look for him myself." The cat-eared young lady dismissed the servants beside her and skipped to the backyard of the palace. She recognized Lai Hongjin's yard and skipped all the way there. All of a sudden, when he passed by Su Yu's courtyard, he noticed a small purple Kylin sleeping lazily under the sun. Wow! The purple void Kylin that was exterminated during the era of the Blood Lotus Dao Demon. Am I seeing things? The cat-eared young lady stopped to observe. She even took out an ancient illustrated handbook that emitted a vast aura and put on a pair of thick glasses to read. When she flipped to a certain page, her eyes lit up. It's really him. Closing the illustrated handbook, the cat-eared young lady skipped inside and took out a piece of candy with a smile. Lin Lin, do you want it? Come with me. I still have a lot of candies. Su Yu was cultivating his sword techniques in seclusion, and the small Kylan was bored to death, so it was basking in the sun in the yard. Suddenly, she heard someone calling out Lin Lin in a mushy voice. She was about to fall asleep when she was startled awake, looking at the candy that she had extended to it, then looking at the smiling face. The small Kylan rolled its eyes. Does she think I'm a newborn divine beast? Does she want to abduct me with candy? The Kylan stood up and raised its, but at her to express its disdain. Then it swaggered back into the house. The cat-eared young lady giggled. Wow, so smart. I want it. As she spoke, she barged into the house. As soon as she entered the house, she was met with a pair of cold eyes. How could Su Yu not notice that someone had barged in from outside? He put the small Kylan into the 9 jade spiritual pearl and asked calmly, Are you from the heavenly silver continent's king's mansion? The cat-eared young lady rolled her eyes and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I'm Lai Hongjin's little sister. So, do you have something to say to me? The cat-eared young lady glanced at Su Yu's arm and waved her hand with a smile. Of course I have something to say. My sister asked me to give you something. As she spoke, she took out a small, delicate box. Open it and take a look. Su Yu took it and opened it. Unexpectedly, the moment the box was opened, a large amount of white fog gushed out from it. Breathing in a whiff of it was enough to make one dizzy. The cat-eared young lady suddenly launched an attack. She took out a wooden stick that was as thick as an arm and smashed it at Su Yu's head. With a bang, Su Yu was knocked unconscious. She kicked Su Yu with her foot to make sure that he didn't move. Then she put away the wooden stick, clapped her hands, and giggled. No one has ever been able to withstand my primeval chaos stick. As she spoke, she immediately rushed to Su Yu's side and looked for the 9 jade spiritual pearl on his arm. She was drooling. Waha, little Lin Lin, I'm coming. The book had more than 10,000 subscriptions, and she planned to publish a few chapters tomorrow to celebrate. Chapter 2089. Who would have thought that the moment she threw herself at him, her head would fall into a palm? Su Yu, who was supposed to be in a coma, calmly reached out his left hand and held the cat-eared girl's petite head. The cat-eared girl was stunned. She looked at Su Yu, dumbfounded, not understanding why he was awake. Her primordial chaos stick was not an ordinary object. It was a top-grade true Emperor divine weapon, second only to the Doctrine Artifact Fairy Embryo. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 5 crown martial emperors would fall unconscious if hit. Did you have a good time hitting me? Su Yu's eyes were full of sparks. He did not know what the stick was, but it almost knocked him out. Fortunately, there were many soul path fragments in his soul, which were indestructible. Otherwise, he would have been knocked out on the spot. Even so, his head was still aching. This seemingly cute little girl was really cruel. The cat-eared girl tried to pry Su Yu's hand away with her 2 small hands to free her head, but Su Yu's hand was like iron and she could not pry it open. She had no choice but to give up resisting. She crossed her 2 small hands in front of her chest and said coldly, Mortal, do you know who I am? Su Yu did not say a word, but flicked her forehead hard. The cat-eared girl suddenly cried out in pain, and her fiendish hands kept flailing. Ah, how dare you hit me? Pop! Another finger flicked her forehead, and the cat-eared girl grimaced in pain. Mortal, if you dare to flick me twice, I will kill you. Pop! Another finger flicked her forehead. This time it was a continuous flick of 9 fingers, which made her forehead red. She was in so much pain that she burst into tears. She whimpered, Stop, I was wrong. Well, now do you know how to introduce yourself? With tears in her eyes, she rubbed her forehead and said, My name is Mao Susu. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have joked with you. Joked? Su Yu smiled faintly. If it were not for his special soul, all his treasures would have been plundered by this woman, and even the little Kylan would not have been able to escape. Now she was joking? Su Yu looked around, and a touch of space power condensed in his palm. He reached into the space beside her ear and took out the big stick. "Why don't we also play a joke?" Su Yu waved the big stick and said calmly. Mao Susu was so scared that her face turned pale. Don't, let's play something else, okay? Of course. Su Yu casually searched through his space storage device and found a large number of dangerous toys that could be used to prank people. Flying needles that could make people faint with a stab, whips that could make people feel pain with a whip, and drugs that could make people dance with just a sniff. Tell me, which one do you want? Or both? Mao Susu finally cried and said, "Sorry, big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been thinking about your little Qilin." Su Yu swung the cudgel in a circle. Mao Susu's eyeballs followed the cudgel and kept moving around, afraid that it would hit her. "Just admit your mistake, and it's over." "I apologize." "Oh, I've been short of firewood for cooking recently. This primordial chaos cudgel looks quite durable. Take it. What if you change your mind?" "I'll write the contract." Thus, she obediently wrote down a vow that she would not go back on her word. Only then did Su Yu let her go. Unexpectedly, as soon as he let her go, she slipped away like a loach. As she walked away, she turned around and glared at him while crying. "We're not done." "Humph, not done." Su Yu smiled. He caressed the cudgel with space energy, erasing all the blood in it, and then added his own blood without hesitation. He tried to activate it with the power of desolation. A casual wave of the cudgel caused pressure in the air, which caused great damage to the soul. After careful inspection, he discovered that there were 2 layers of seals in the cudgel. They sealed 90% of the cudgel's power. Mao Susu's soul energy was not strong, and she could only use the remaining 10% of the cudgel's power. Even so, a casual blow to a peak 5-crown divine warrior would cause them to lose a layer of skin, even if they did not die. If the remaining 2 layers of seals were opened, the full power of the cudgel would be unleashed. How shocking would that be? However, because the power of those seals was too strong, ordinary people did not dare to open them. Otherwise, before the enemy was hurt, they would be hurt by the soul attack in the cudgel. But Su Yu's soul had the soul path fragment, so he was not afraid at all. He could completely dig out the full power of the cudgel. In terms of grade, the primeval chaos cudgel is of a higher grade than the Azura sword, and it was tailor-made for me. Su Yu swung it around. In another quiet courtyard, Mao Susu was crying outside the door. "Hong Hong, come out quickly. Someone is bullying me." Lai Hongjin was training. Hearing the voice, she frowned. Doesn't this woman find it annoying? She stopped training, opened the door, and looked at Mao Susu coldly. "Did my people steal your things again? Or did you drop something and someone stole it? Or did someone hit you when you were unprepared?" Mao Susu wiped her tears. "It was someone who stole my primeval chaos cudgel and flicked my forehead. Look, it's still red." She moved her forehead closer. Unexpectedly, Lai Hongjin's reaction was mediocre. "Let me count for you. This is the 8th time you've been robbed in my Tianyin prefecture, the 10th time you've dropped something, and the 18th time you've been hit. And every time it was your prank, causing chaos in my Tianyin prefecture. Why didn't your father, the king of the Luoyun prefecture, lock you up in the Fu Luoyao region?" It turned out that every time Mao Susu came to the Tianyin prefecture, she would start with a prank, causing chaos in the entire prefecture. Only then would she clap her hands and laugh. She was a person who wished for the whole world to be in chaos. Now she was doing it again. Even Lai Hongjin was immune to it. No, it's real this time," Mao Susu said anxiously. Lai Hongjin shook her head. She had heard this sentence countless times. "I can't be bothered with you. Is there something you need from me? If there's nothing else, go back. I'm about to set off. There's news that the Beast King has appeared in the 3rd hunting ground in the northwest." "Ah, hunting the Beast King? That sounds fun. I want to go too." "Don't," Lai Hongjin hurriedly said. "I don't dare to bring you there. Either stay in my prefecture obediently, or scram back to the Luoyun continent. Don't follow me. I don't want to die young. Mao Susu pouted unhappily. Hung Hung, your words hurt my heart, all right? Lai Hongjin said sourly, hurting your heart is better than hurting my life. 5 years ago, she had brought Mao Susu to participate in a hunt. They had infiltrated an island where praise gathered, preparing to secretly kill the leader, who knew that Mao Susu, for some reason, had actually shouted loudly, attracting all the praise on the island. Fortunately, they had brought enough guards and had managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Since then, she really didn't dare to bring Mao Susu out again. With her temper that wished for the whole world to be in chaos, bringing her to hunt the Beast King again was no different from courting death. Chapter 2090. Oh, Hung Hung doesn't want me anymore. Susu is so sad. Mao Susu rubbed her eyes as she peeked at Lai Hongjin's expression. Lai Hongjin was so angry that she laughed. She couldn't be bothered with Mao Susu. She walked into the courtyard with large strides and said lightly, "Inform the hunters to get ready. We will set off in 6 hours and inform the silver-haired human as well." Then she went back into the house and slammed the door shut, not letting Mao Susu follow her in. Humph! How stingy! Mao Susu wrinkled her nose and stomped her feet angrily. Then she rolled her eyes and muttered, "Silver-haired human, could he be the bastard who snatched my primeval staff?" After thinking for a while, she came up with a plan and ran back to find Suyu. "Hey, human, I don't think the primeval staff alone is enough to express my apologies to you." Suyu had been informed that he was about to set off and was packing his things. He couldn't help but smile. "Oh, what do you want to give me?" Mao Susu took out a small porcelain white cat. It looked charmingly naive, as if it was alive. "This is my life-saving treasure. When my life is threatened, it can take the blow in place of its owner. As long as it doesn't exceed the level of a half-step Dao Lord, it will be effective." That was a good thing. Although he had the law of life, it had its limitations. It wasn't as good as this kind of treasure that could transfer attacks. After checking that the treasure didn't have any limbs, Suyu stroked her head. "Thank you." Before long, the people from the heavenly silver continent set off. There were 22 of them, including Suyu, apart from Lai Hongjin and her siblings. There were 6 bodyguards and 3 top-notch emperors at the peak of the 5-crown emperor's realm. Other than that, there were martial artists like Suyu, whose cultivation was between the late stage of the 4-crown emperor's realm and the early stage of the 5-crown emperor's realm. The role of the 3 peak emperors was to deal with the Beast Kings. The rest of them were to look for the Beast Kings. "Now, I'll divide you into groups." Lai Yuan walked over and said to Suyu and the others, "The 3 of you will follow me. The 3 of you will follow my 3rd brother, and the 3 of you will follow my sister." As Lai Yuan was dividing the group, he realized that Suyu was the only one left. He thought for a while and said casually, "You can act alone." In any case, he did not expect Suyu to be of any help. Moreover, he was quite powerful, so he could easily protect himself. Suyu felt helpless. He didn't want to acknowledge a favor for no reason. However, he did not refute it. After the distribution, the group immediately set off for the 3rd hunting ground. Unlike last time when the hunting ground was a forest, this time it was the bottom of the sea. The prey exiled from the Weeping Soul Sea are all sea demons. They are proficient in water laws, and some of them are even proficient in soul attacks. You must be careful. Lai Hongjin gave a simple reminder before leading a mid-dawn 5-crown sovereign and 3 martial practitioners in charge of searching into the Weeping Soul Sea. Lai Yuan and Lai Bo led their people away. In the end, Suyu was the only one left. He had no choice but to choose another direction to enter the bottom of the sea. The corals at the bottom of the sea were crisscrossed, and there were countless fish swimming about. Coupled with the blurred vision, it would be difficult to discover the prey hidden at the bottom of the sea if one did not have special abilities. It was fortunate that Suyu possessed the transparent eyes, and all obstructions at the bottom of the sea were transparent to him. All of a sudden, Suyu discovered a shark man with metal gears all over his body, hidden in a seemingly flat white sand. It lurked there, motionless, as if waiting for the hunter to approach. Isn't it said that all prey are afraid of their prey? Why is there a prey that dares to ambush the hunter? Suyu sensed something unusual. The sharkman's cultivation was quite good, and he was at the early stage of the 5-crown sovereign. He was paying close attention to Suyu's every move. Suyu's gaze shifted slightly, and he walked past the shark man, pretending not to know anything. In an instant, the shark man launched an attack. He held a rotating gear in each of his hands, and he slashed it at Suyu's legs. He shouted excitedly, "Haha, score!" However, the gears seemed to be slicing through the air, and they cut into a phantom. "How many points did you get?" A faint voice came from the sharkman's back. The sharkman's face changed, but his ferocity disappeared. His body curled into a ball, and he spun upwards. Suyu smiled, took out the primeval chaos cudgel, and waved it casually. Pound! Amidst the loud noise, the shark man did not even groan. His eyes rolled back, and he floated motionlessly like a dead fish. Quite handy. It was his first time using it, and it was exceptionally convenient. After a brief examination, he found that there was a forcefully imprisoned gem between the sharkman's brows. Suyu tapped on it, and a brief message appeared immediately. The gear shark sneaked up on Master Baiyujing and stole his life-saving elixir. He was later captured and sentenced to death for betraying his master, and was sent to the 3rd hunting ground. Anyone who kills him will be rewarded with 10 hunter stars, and anyone who captures him alive will be rewarded with 20 points. The hunter star was a reward that hunters could exchange with the local authorities after killing their prey. The most basic use of the hunter star was to exchange it for doctrine coins to meet daily needs. If accumulated, it could be exchanged for all kinds of powerful legacies, demonic techniques, and even top-notch true Emperor divine weapons. There was even a chance to become the person in charge of a place with the help of the hunter star. It was a good thing, and Suyu would not let it go. He searched the sharkman's memory first, and then threw him into an empty cavern world. What a surprise! The prey of the 3rd hunting ground have united to resist the one-sided slaughter of the hunters. To unite all kinds of scattered prey into a handful of loose sand, there was no need to guess that it had to be the work of the extremely powerful Beast King. In the sharkman's memory, anyone who killed a hunter could go to a place to exchange for training items based on the cultivation of the slain hunter. For prey who had nothing, even the lowest level of training items were precious. Therefore, they naturally spared no effort. Exchange points. Haha, there should be a lot of prey there. Suyu disappeared in a flash. According to the gear shark's memory, he appeared on an ancient ship that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Through the transparent eye, he could clearly see an octopus with a cultivation of stage 5 middle star stage hiding in the depths of the ship. A sneaky swordfish man came up to the octopus with a head in his hands. The head wasn't from Lai Hongjin's people, but from other hunters. It seemed that Lai Hongjin wasn't the only one who knew about the Beast King's presence. The swordfish man handed the head to him and received a bottle of elixir that could restore his primeval power. He then left happily to continue hunting. Suyu's heart stirred. He performed the nirvana of the evil dragon and transformed into a half-dragon, half-human creature. If one didn't sense the demonic energy carefully, he would look no different from a demon. He swaggered into the bottom of the ship and came up to the octopus. It sized Suyu up with its single pitch-black eye and asked, "Where's the head?" Chapter 2091. Suyu grinned. "I smashed it to pieces, but I brought back its spiritual pet." The octopus thought for a moment. If the battle was too intense, it would be difficult to ensure that the opponent's corpse was intact. Take out its pet and search its memory to confirm if you really killed a hunter. Okay, Suyu took out the little Kylan. The octopus stretched out 2 tentacles and grabbed the little Kylan in its palm, preparing to examine it. Suddenly, the little Kylan turned into a void and escaped. Suyu roared, pulled out the primeval staff, and swung it at the octopus's head. Bang! The octopus's attack was extremely fast, and it blocked the primeval staff. Its single eye looked at him coldly. You really are not a demon. You are a hunter. Chi chi chi. The other tentacles struck at Suyu like thunder. A mid-stage 5-crown king was indeed difficult to kill. However, the little Kylan, which had turned into a void, smirked and suddenly spat out the power of nothingness at the octopus that was close at hand. The octopus's reaction was quick, and it immediately used its tentacles to block in front of it. However, how could the power of nothingness be blocked by the body? The tentacle was immediately melted by the power of nothingness. The octopus roared in pain and screamed in horror. How can you manipulate nothingness? Suyu's eyes flashed, and he took the opportunity to open the first seal of the primeval staff, smashing it down. The powerful soul shock wave made even Suyu feel a little uncomfortable, let alone the octopus. Ah! It screamed, and its tentacles held its head and struggled, but its movements became weaker and weaker, and it finally fell into a coma. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. If he was alone, it would really take a lot of effort to cause a huge commotion. With the help of the little Kylan, it was undoubtedly much easier. With a hook of his finger, the octopus was stuffed into the cave. Hey, a bunch of stupid demons. There is no sense of accomplishment defeating them, the little Kylan said arrogantly. Suyu kicked it away. Stop talking nonsense. Clean up the scene. Aren't you going to find other prey? Why do I need to find prey in the stronghold? Didn't they all deliver themselves to me? Suyu poked its little head, and there was only one word in his eyes. Stupid. Little Qilin was suddenly enlightened. Oh, you want to? Wow, that sounds interesting. Thus, the two of them rearranged the scene. At this moment, a cuttlefish wrapped a captured demon and came to the bottom of the boat. As soon as he came in, he saw a half-dragon, half-human sitting there. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Strange. This stronghold should be under the responsibility of the octopus. Who are you? A few powerful warriors just broke through, and the octopus went after them. I'm temporarily taking his place. Suyu took out several bottles of low-grade elixirs and placed them on the table in front of him. He then asked, Are these the people you captured? Very good. If it's alive, the reward will be doubled. Although the cuttlefish man was bewildered, when he saw the hunters head behind Suyu, he was not so suspicious anymore. Hee double, I like it. The cuttlefish walked over and was about to take away the materials with its tentacles. All of a sudden, just as he approached, Suyu, who was sitting upright and still, suddenly launched an attack. Suyu picked up a big stick beside him and smashed it at him. The poor cuttlefish let down its guard and was knocked unconscious by the stick before it could understand what was going on. With a curl of his finger, he kept it in the space cavern. The captured demon was dumbfounded and stammered, Is this an internal conflict? The little Kylan stood up and scolded, Cut the crap. Stand aside obediently and don't talk. Even the cuttlefish was taken care of with a stick. How could the hunter dare to resist? He stood aside, not daring to breathe. Soon after, another conger eel demon came with a living person in its mouth to exchange for the reward. What it received was the same unceremonious stick strike. This happened a few times, and the few survivors gradually came to their senses. What the hell, you can't be a hunter, right? Suyu glanced at them, too lazy to explain. The little Kylan said fiercely, Hey, as a captive, you must have the professional ethics of a captive. Ask less, talk less. After confirming their suspicions, the few survivors were so shocked that they almost bit their tongues off. They had seen many impressive hunters, but it was the first time they had seen someone like Suyu, who had disguised himself as one of the prey and waited for the prey to come to him. If one came to them, he would knock them out, and if two came to them, he would knock them out. This was the first time they had encountered someone like Suyu. 5 days had passed, and the narrow bottom of the ship was filled with captives. In Suyu's cavern world, he had captured no less than 100 prey. Each prey had an average of 20 hunter stars, and almost 200 hunter stars could be exchanged for 200,000 Dao coins, which was a considerable sum of money. On this day, a wounded sealman came, excitedly holding a half-dead hunter in his mouth. Seeing him, Suyu's face changed drastically. Lai Yuan. Suyu was shocked. Where did you catch him? Haha, I picked him up. The sealman was grinning from ear to ear. You don't know how lucky I am. I was besieged by a group of people, but the Beast King suddenly appeared and killed them all. This one was beaten half to death by the aftermath of the Beast King, and I picked him up, haha. The group of captives looked at him, their eyes filled with sympathy. Looks like your luck has come to an end. Where is he? Take me there. Suyu stood up abruptly. He could only give up the stronghold. Although Lai Yuan and Lai Bo were not much, Lai Hongjin was not bad. Moreover, he still had to rely on her to obtain a pass that did not need to be tied down. No matter what, he could not let her die just like that. You. The seal man was stunned, and suddenly realized something was wrong. Who are you? Slap. Suyu hit him on the head with the stick, knocking him out, and then searched his memory. Let's go. From his memory, Suyu saw that Lai Hongjin and the others were in an extremely dangerous situation. The little Kylin stepped on the sealman's face and sneered. Really? I asked you to lead the way, and now you're happy after being hit with a stick? As it spoke, it picked him up with its mouth and brought him into the cavern world. The rest of the captives followed Suyu to the place where the Beast King had appeared. In less than an hour, Suyu arrived at the place of origin. He could smell the stench of blood from afar. From afar, there was a thick scarlet color, which showed how intense the battle had been. Using his transparent eye to scan inside, Suyu was secretly shocked. There was a huge footprint on the ground, 100 feet in diameter and 10 feet deep. The people that Lai Yuan had brought, including a middle-stage 5-crown divine warrior, had all been trampled into meat paste. Judging from the scene, they did not even have the strength to resist that one kick. Is that the Beast King? The hunters who had chased after them all felt their scalps go numb. The power of that kick is no longer that of the ordinary Beast King, right? It's almost a half-step path master. They were terrified, and all of them wanted to retreat. Bang! All of a sudden, the bottom of the sea shook violently as if something enormous was walking on the seabed. Suyu stared into the distance, his pupils constricting slightly. Chapter 2092. A gigantic demon the size of a mountain was moving quickly. He could cross millions of miles with a single step. Every time his foot landed on the ground, it was like an earthquake shaking the surroundings. A Beast King on the verge of becoming a half-step Dao Lord. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Just the 3 peak 5-crown emperors that Lai Hongjin had brought were not enough to deal with such a Beast King. The giant Beast King in front of them seemed to have detected the aura of Suyu and the others, and it took a step forward. When they heard the violent footsteps, it was already dark above their heads. They could only see a huge mountain range that spanned across their heads. At the bottom of the mountain range, chains of law scattered all over the sky. All those who were swept by the chains of laws, regardless of whether they were early stage or mid-stage 5-crown emperors, were instantly annihilated. Dozens of hunters didn't even have the chance to escape. They were all killed. Suyu's heart was suddenly alarmed. He stared at the sweeping chain of rules, and a colorful chain of the 6 paths of rules gushed out from his back and surrounded his body. Ding, ding, bang, bang, the densely packed sounds of collision resounded in his ears. Fortunately, he managed to resist it in the end. The huge wings on his back spread out, and the exaggerated jade wings that were tens of thousands of feet long spread out. With a light flap A boundless gale was raised, and the huge mountain range was shaken. Then, only the gradually weakening whirlwind was left. What a powerful pair of wings! The huge demon suddenly flashed, and its body dissipated, transforming into a strange demon that was as tall as a normal human. Its entire body was made of incomparably hard stones, and it was filled with powerful, explosive power. Dozens of jet-black chains coiled around his body, giving off an abnormally powerful and explosive feeling. His eyes were like two dazzling gemstones, and he looked in the direction where Suyu had fled. He said in a booming voice, "I want this winged doctrine artifact, fairy embryo." As he spoke, his body merged into the ground, and a bolt of lightning flashed deep underground. When he reappeared, Suyu was panting heavily. The consumption of the wings was enormous. Almost 90% of the great desolation force had been used up. He had no choice but to use pills to replenish the great desolation force. If I use the Tao Destruction Pestle and the Demon Hearthammer, I should have a chance to kill him. However, it's not worth using it on him, Suyu said. The Tao Extinguishing Pestle could only be used once, and it was very difficult to restore it again, so it should not be wasted. He took out a compass with Lai Hongjin and the others' markings on it. After ascertaining the direction, Suyu quickly flew over. As he approached, he discovered that there was an unfamiliar young man accompanying Lai Hongjin. He had long white feathers, wavy golden hair, fair skin, and handsome features. Even in the eyes of humans, he was quite handsome. Lai Hongjin, who had a cold expression on his face, revealed a rare hint of a smile as he accompanied the young man as they walked, until Suyu's ripples suddenly appeared. Lai Hongjin glanced over, the smile on his face vanishing as he asked curiously, "There's news of the Beast King?" "Yes." Suyu nodded his head deeply. He walked over and took out Lai Yuan, who was severely injured and half dead. He was injured by the Beast King. "I suggest that we stop the hunt for the Beast King immediately." After witnessing the terror of a Beast King, Suyu knew that Lai Hongjin and the others would be seeking their own deaths if they stayed behind. However, it was not convenient for him to say that he had seen a Beast King. Otherwise, how he had escaped from the hands of a Beast King would be an inexplicable problem. Lai Hongjin walked over with a solemn expression. After checking on Lai Yuan's injuries, his gaze softened slightly. "Fortunately, he's not dead. His injuries can be healed." She raised her head and asked, "Where did you find the Beast King?" Seeing that there was no fighting spirit in her eyes, Suyu said helplessly, 3 trillion miles to the northwest. Whether it's still there or not is unknown." Lai Hongjin took a deep look at Suyu, looking away without a word. Her expression was one of displeasure. Suyu did not understand her expression. "Sister Zhen, there's something wrong with this servant of yours. I suggest that we capture him and interrogate him." The handsome young man with white feathers walked over with his hands clasped behind his back, looking Suyu up and down. His gaze was full of disdain and judgment. Lai Hongjin shook her head lightly. "He's not a servant. He's my friend. Also, it's best not to capture him and interrogate him before you've investigated the matter thoroughly." Suyu did not understand what was going on. "Did I do something wrong?" he asked. Capturing and interrogating someone with just a few words was incomprehensible. The handsome young man with white feathers shook his head and said, "The real Beast King has been followed by my people. It's 1 trillion miles to the southeast. We're talking about the past now, and it's completely different from the northwest you mentioned." Taking another look at the heavily injured Lai Yuan, the handsome young man with white feathers said indifferently, "Why did you lie that the Beast King is in the opposite direction? Also, how did Lai Yuan get injured? You should be glad that you're Lai Hongjin's servant. If you were mine..." Humph! Even though Lai Hongjin had already clarified that Suyu was not a servant, he still addressed him as such. Was it because he thought that Suyu was a servant? "I've already said that you can't make wild guesses without evidence." Lai Hongjin said indifferently. Even though she said that, the way she looked at Su Yu had changed slightly. Su Yu finally understood what they meant. They had mistaken Lai Yuan's injuries as Su Yu's doing. Although he did not know why there was a Beast King in the southeast, the one in the northwest was indeed a Beast King. If you have nowhere else to go, follow us to the southeast and capture the Beast King alive. Lai Hongjin nodded. Then, without waiting for Su Yu's reply, she left quickly. The handsome young man with white feathers glanced at Su Yu coldly, his eyes filled with undisguised suspicion. Su Yu stood where he was, thinking for a while, then sighed deeply. It's hard to be a good person. I'd better follow her and take a look. If she's dead, then everything will be over. An hour later, a group of people appeared on the ground. It was Lai Bo and the others. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Sister, you're finally here. Obviously, they were closer to the Beast King's position, but they could not defeat the Beast King by themselves. Hence, they were waiting here for Lai Hongjin. Suddenly, they saw the handsome young man with white feathers beside Lai Hongjin and were shocked. They stepped forward joyfully and said respectfully, Xianling Prince, why are you here? Lai Bo's words and actions showed his deep respect. Xianling King was a powerful demon king who ruled over 100 prefectures. His abilities overshadowed all the prefectures. Among them, Tianyin Continent was one of the prefectures ruled by Xianling King. The handsome young man with white feathers before them was Xianling King's 9th son, Yu Wenqing. Throughout history, the probability of a demon king's son becoming a god guard was far higher than that of an ordinary person. Usually, among 10 new god guards, more than 5 were the demon king's son. Yu Wenqing's status was extraordinary. Even the master of Tianyin Continent had to be polite to him, not daring to offend him. As the young master of Tianyin Continent, it was only natural for Lai Bo to be so respectful. Oh, you are. Unexpectedly, Yu Wenqing did not have a deep impression of him. Lai Bo was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, I'm Lai Bo, the 3rd young master of Tianyin Continent. When you came to Tianyin Continent, we met. Yu Wenqing nodded slightly and said, Oh, so it's you. He still did not remember. He gave a perfunctory reply, then focused his attention on Lai Hongjin and conversed with him with a smile. His expression was warm, as if he was not talking to anyone else. Lai Bo grinned. He knew that Yu Wenqing was interested in his sister, so he did not disturb them. His sister and Yu Wenqing had been in the same school for 3 years in the academy founded by the Xianling King. He had always been interested in his sister, but because she was focused on the martial path and had no interest in romance, he had never accepted her. Yu Wenqing had never given up all these years. He did not know whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement, but he had coincidentally met his sister at the 3rd hunting ground. Shaking his head, he retreated to the back. Realizing that Su Yu was there too, he frowned. Aren't you traveling alone? Why have you come to meet up with my sister? Are you afraid of running into danger? He was not afraid of running into danger himself, but he was afraid that Lai Hongjin would be in danger. You could say that, so you did not want to explain too much. Lai Bo was a little displeased, but when he recalled that they were not counting on this person, he did not mind. He said, Suit yourself. Just don't drag us down. In fact, it should be them who did not want to drag Su Yu down. Su Yu could come and go as he pleased. Even the Beast King of half Dao Lords could not do anything to him. The group hurried on their way, and finally arrived at the place where the Beast King appeared. It was a demonic tiger the size of a small mountain, its body covered with bony spikes. Dozens of powerful hunters were surrounding it, trying to kill it. The demonic tiger's cultivation was extremely strong. It was at the peak of the 5 crown martial emperors. The strongest of the hunters around, it was only at the peak of the 5 crown martial emperors. Although the demonic tiger was alone, it suppressed all of the hunters, leaving them with no power to resist. Its unparalleled ferocity made one's heart tremble. Yu Wenqing smiled calmly. A bunch of scoundrels, trying to get their hands on a beast king. Sister Jeanne, wait a moment. I will help you capture a beast king alive. I will lend you a hand. Lai Bo came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. Yu Wenqing and his sister's coincidental meeting was not a coincidence. The fact that he was willing to hand over a beast king to his sister meant that he had already captured a beast king. He had come here especially for his sister. He wanted to help her capture a beast king and win his sister's heart. As if understanding Yu Wenqing's intentions, Lai Hongjin said, I will do it myself. I have brought 3 helpers with me. It will not be difficult to capture a beast king. Yu Wenqing said, Sister Zhen, do not underestimate this beast king. Compared to other beast kings, it is not just a little bit stronger. 3 peak 5 crown martial emperors may not be able to do anything to it. Just watch me. He leaped forward and shot out 7 peak emperor tier offensive talismans from his palm. Instantly, the ferocious tiger demonic beast retreated frantically. His eyes were filled with deep fear. Humph, do you think it will be that easy to leave? Yu Wenqing put his palms together. 10 peak 5 crown emperor tier talismans rose into the air and formed a circle in front of Yu Wenqing. Lai Bo's eyes flashed with deep admiration. Talisman set? A talisman set was a talisman of the same type that was refined by the same person. The talismans were connected to each other. Not only did the power of their attack stack, but they also complemented each other. Usually, each talisman could be used more than 10 times. 10 talismans in a set meant hundreds of peak 5 crown emperor tier attacks. Unless one was a half-step Dao Lord, anyone else would die without a doubt. The 3 peak 5 crown emperors who had come with Lai Hongjin smiled bitterly. Let's not embarrass ourselves. With Yu Wenqing's grand lineup, there was no need for them to do anything. Looking at the tiger demonic beast, they could not help but sympathize. No matter how powerful he was, he could only blame himself for not being born into a good family when he met a prince who was willing to use talismans. However, Suyu stared at the tiger demonic beast and frowned deeply. His soul was far more powerful than anyone else's, and he could clearly feel the terror of the tiger demonic beast soul. Ask him to come back quickly. He is no match for the tiger demonic beast, Suyu reminded him. Lai Bo glanced at him and said, Ignorant. Yu Wenqing has the absolute advantage. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. If you don't understand, please shut your mouth. Almost at the same time as his voice trailed off, something strange happened. Black spots suddenly appeared on the surface of the tiger demonic beast's body, covering its entire body. Yu Wenqing's offensive talismans landed on its body. The metal was absorbed by the spots, and it did not cause any harm. Yu Wenqing, who had a stern look on his face, was slightly stunned. He activated the talisman set and continued to attack. However, after the 100 peak 5 crown emperor's attacks landed, the tiger demonic beast was still unharmed. Yu Wenqing realized that something was wrong. He stared at the tiger demonic beast and said, Are you a mutated bone spur tiger demonic beast? Haha, you finally realized? The bone spur tiger demonic beast laughed. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Yu Wenqing sucked in a breath of cold air. Was it really a mutated bone spur tiger demonic beast? The tiger demonic beast race had strict requirements for bloodline inheritance. Even the slightest mutation would mean certain death. However, there was an almost negligible probability that the mutated tiger demonic beast would not die. Not only would it not die, but it would also be born with a new and terrifying talent. It would be invincible among those of the same level. Therefore, when encountering a mutated tiger demonic beast of the same level, there was no need to consider whether or not it could win. Instead, one should consider whether or not it could escape. We have gone through a lot of trouble and finally lured a person of sufficient importance here. Whether or not we can remove our status as prey depends on you. Xianling Prince. The tiger demonic beast laughed coldly and opened its giant mouth, letting out a beastly roar. Ah, Lai Hongzhen's guards and the peak 5-crown emperors all fainted on the spot. The only ones who were barely holding on were Su Yu, Yuanqing, Lai Hongzhen, and Lai Bo. Su Yu had the soul path fragment. Yuanqing had a powerful soul-protecting treasure, and Lai Hongzhen and Lai Bo were barely holding on by relying on their demonic bloodline. Even so, apart from Su Yu, who was almost unaffected, the rest of them were in extreme danger and could not hold on for long. At the critical moment, Lai Hongzhen clenched his teeth slightly and flicked a finger on Lai Bo's body. A blood-red light entered Lai Bo's body from the tip of his finger. Then, Lai Hongzhen fainted on the spot. On the other hand, Lai Bo's pale face was much calmer. It was Lai Hongzhen who had transferred her demonic blood into Lai Bo's body at the most critical moment. She had left the hope of survival to her younger brother and had chosen to die. Yu Wenqing's expression changed drastically. He looked at the unconscious Lai Hongzhen and had no intention of taking her with him. He flapped the white wings on his back and fled immediately. Lai Bo was struggling slightly, but he could not care less about Lai Hongzhen. He turned and fled. In the blink of an eye, only Su Yu was left, standing where he was. Your attainments in the soul path are quite profound. You are not afraid of my innate talent, the giant roar. The tiger demonic beast licked his long, scarlet tongue. Generally speaking, strong souls are great nourishment to me. For some unknown reason, he did not pay much attention to Yu Wenqing, as if he was not worried that he could escape. He would update the next chapter tomorrow. Chapter 2093. Su Yu said calmly, "If you like to eat, then come with me." He suddenly shot off into the distance. Live prey is always more interesting to eat. The mutated tiger demon grinned and chased after Su Yu, ignoring Lai Hongzhen and the others on the ground. There was a huge gap between their cultivations. Without using the yin-yang wings of Tai Chi, Su Yu was quickly overtaken. He floated in front of a mountain and slowly turned around. "Oh, you didn't plan to run away? Are you trying to protect your companions?" The mutated tiger demon looked at Su Yu's unusual behavior and immediately realized what was going on. Su Yu said, "If I were you, I'd leave immediately if I couldn't figure out the enemy." The mutated tiger demon's eyes moved slightly. He really couldn't see through Su Yu. His cultivation was obviously quite weak, but everyone was afraid of his soul's roar, yet he seemed to be immune to it. However, cultivation was the foundation that determined one's strength. No matter how mysterious the opponent was, a low cultivation meant that the opponent wasn't very strong. A snake trying to disguise itself as a dragon to scare people will only make a fool of itself. The mutated tiger demon chuckled, and hundreds of bone spikes shot out of his body. They were like thunderbolts, thrusting toward Su Yu at a speed that couldn't be detected by the naked eye. Su Yu took out the royal dragon sword and swept it across. The sky was filled with pitch-black sword shadows, which fused with the power of the dragon in the sword to form a giant dragon formed by sword shadows. Clang, roar, sizzle. Countless collisions caused incomparably strong shock waves, tearing the space apart like dense spider webs. Wisps of nothingness seeped through the broken barrier. The mountain where Su Yu was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. The land within 1,000,000 miles was full of cracks, and the hot spring hidden deep underground erupted. The gap between their cultivations was too great. The giant dragon formed by sword shadows was crushed by the white bone shadows, and it flew toward Su Yu. Space folding. Su Yu tore the space in front of him apart with one hand. Because of the space folding, the bone spikes in front of him strangely bypassed Su Yu and shot toward his back. However, after the bone spikes missed their target, they turned around and shot back again. Endless space. Su Yu put his palms together, and his 9 fingers moved like a wheel. His right eye was red. He had unexpectedly combined the space ability of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. With a puffing sound, a giant space sphere was formed with Su Yu as the center. When the bone spikes shot into the sphere, they seemed to be frozen in place and could only move extremely slowly like snails. This technique combined the law of space and space freeze to create a space that was almost absolutely stagnant. Mastery of the law of space. Am I seeing things? The mutated tiger demon was extremely surprised. A person like you should at least be a precious disciple of the mysterious Tao Palace. How could you become the servant of a small continent lord in the demon realm? Su Yu's left eye emitted a purple light as he raised his hand and pointed a finger at the mutated tiger demon. Time freeze! The tiger demon suddenly felt an invisible presence binding it. It shook violently and broke the bindings with difficulty. However, Su Yu came forward with his sword and stabbed it into the tiger's eye. During the battle just now, Su Yu had seen clearly that there were strange spots on the tiger's back, which allowed it to be immune to most attacks. Only its eyes were its weakness. When the sword pierced through, one of the tiger's eyes was immediately destroyed by the sword shadow and the powerful dragon might that surged in. The mutated tiger demon roared in pain, and an incomparably powerful desolation force rushed out of its body. It was almost visible to the naked eye, and it directly shook Su Yu and his sword away. Human! The mutated tiger demon roared angrily after being stabbed in the eye. It tried to recover its eye. For a tiger demon at the peak of the 5-crown divine realm, recovering its eye should only take a moment. However, it was surprised to find that there was an extremely obscure power left in its eye sockets. That power was very obscure. Not only did it destroy the vitality that had been reassembled in its eye sockets, but it also spread rapidly throughout its body, devouring all the vitality in its body. The power of death. Wrong. It's the death vortex. Just as Su Yu's voice fell, the power of death in its body suddenly rotated rapidly and then suddenly erupted. The power of death, which was originally only in its eye sockets, immediately sprayed to all parts of its body, destroying its vitality. Its lustrous tiger skin quickly dimmed because of the rapid loss of vitality, and all parts of its body showed signs of rapid aging. A faint aura of death spread out from his body. The mutated tiger demon turned pale with fright and immediately used the desolation force to resist the power of death in its body. Ultimate ruins. Su Yu swept his sword at that moment. However, the mutated tiger demon was indeed powerful. Even with the power of death in its body, it did not reduce its fierceness. Avoiding its weak point, its tiger tail swept fiercely like a long whip, and it directly hit Su Yu. The moment it flew backward, Su Yu's eyes flashed. He raised his right hand, and the little Kylin was suddenly thrown away, landing on the thigh of the mutated tiger demon. The little Kylin clung to the mutated tiger demon's thigh with its 4 hooves and immediately opened its mouth to bite it. The poor little Kylin did not have sharp teeth, so it could not bite through the tiger skin no matter how hard it tried. Instead, it bit out a mouthful of fur. Bah! I don't believe I can't deal with you. She could not bite through it, so she simply opened her mouth to spit out a large amount of power of nothingness. Chi! The power of nothingness was a terrible thing. However, when it fell on the leg of the mutated tiger demon, it only corroded a piece of its leg. Apart from that, it did not cause much damage. This was the power of nothingness, which would melt any existence except for the divine warriors. The toughness of the mutated tiger demon's body was amazing. I spit, spit, spit. The little Kylin spat out dozens of mouthfuls of power of nothingness, filling the entire body of the mutated tiger demon. Its whole body began to rot violently, and the mutated tiger demon could not help but roar. Internally, there was the power of death that was rapidly eroding the body, and externally, there was the terrible power of nothingness. The mutated tiger demon was still extremely tenacious, and its ferocity did not diminish. Instead, it shot out tyrannical chains of law, lashing out randomly. Wherever the whip touched, it would be completely destroyed. The little Kylan was so scared that it quickly turned into nothingness to avoid the disaster. It ran to Su Yu's shoulder with lingering fear. This guy is so difficult to deal with. An ordinary peak 5-crown divine warrior would have been killed or seriously injured by them. However, the mutated tiger demon only suffered some minor injuries. Seeing that its ferocious power was getting stronger and stronger, the 6 chains of law behind Su Yu swept out at the same time. The combined law was like a hot knife through butter, crushing all the opponent's chains. What? The mutated tiger demon was shocked. 6 chains of law. At the moment when it was shocked, Su Yu took the opportunity to flash over and once again stabbed the sword into its remaining eye. The mutated tiger demon roared and whipped Su Yu away with its tail. However, at this moment, Su Yu slashed backward with his sword. With the help of the powerful counterforce, not only did he stop flying backward, but he also flew back to the mutated tiger demon. At the same time, he took out the primeval chaos cudgel. Restriction open. He tore apart all 3 layers of restriction with his hand. All the power in the primeval chaos cudgel was immediately released. Su Yu swung the cudgel down with a loud bang. Even Su Yu himself felt dizzy from the soul shock wave that was produced. The mutated tiger demon suffered this blow, and one could imagine how it felt. The ferocious mutated tiger demon roared violently, and its body fell to the ground, unable to stand steadily. It could be seen that its soul had been heavily hit by the primeval chaos cudgel. If it was any other peak 5-crown divine warrior, it would have passed out after receiving a full blow from the primeval chaos cudgel. However, the mutated tiger demon could still maintain most of its sanity, and there was no sign of it passing out. It seemed that this tiger's soul was extremely strong. It was difficult to use normal means of attack. With a thought, Su Yu took out the demon forbidden heart hammer and hit its head hard. This object was the forbidden fairy embryo of the demon realm. Even a powerful pathmaster like Meng Qir had been defeated by this object, let alone the mutated tiger demon. As the hammer smashed down, the mutated tiger demon roared at the sky, and its eyes went blank. It had lost all its memories, leaving only its instincts. The loud roar sent Su Yu flying, and the mutated tiger demon turned to escape. However, it had only taken a few steps before Su Yu caught up with it. Having lost its memories, the mutated tiger demon was no longer dangerous. Under the continuous bombardment of the primeval chaos cudgel, the mutated tiger demon finally howled and lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He had finally succeeded in subduing it. Su Yu was exhausted, and he let out a long breath. He had really put in a lot of effort. Fortunately, he had succeeded. As he was about to capture the tiger demon, 2 auras came together. It was the Xianling prince, Yu Wenqing, and Lai Hongjin's younger brother, Lai Bo. They stared at the dying, mutated tiger demon on the ground in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had sensed a huge movement in this place, so they had come here to investigate. Unexpectedly, what they saw was the scene in front of them. Who did this? Yu Wenqing looked around in shock, thinking that it was done by a strong man. He had seen the power of the mutated tiger demon. Even a peak 5-crown emperor would be in danger, so it was impossible for a mere servant to do this. What do you think? Su Yu said calmly. He did not have a good impression of him. Huh. Looking at Su Yu, who was covered in wounds, Yu Wenqing was shocked. It was really Su Yu. How did you do it? Yu Wenqing was still doubtful. Su Yu ignored him and reached out to capture the mutated tiger demon. Yu Wenqing's expression kept changing. Right at that moment, Su Yu was shocked, and he felt an extreme sense of danger. Looking up, he saw that the whole sky had darkened. It was the half-Dao Lord Beast King. Su Yu's eyes darkened slightly. Of all times, it had to come now. Even though he had the Dao, destroying Pestle. He was exhausted, and his martial energy was lacking. It was impossible for him to resist it. Without thinking, Suyu prepared to activate his wings and leave. With these wings, escaping would not be a problem. Yu Wenqing and Lai Bo's faces were pale, and they were terrified. Yu Wenqing immediately activated his wings and fled. However, the Beast King seemed to have locked onto him. Wherever he fled, the shadow would follow. What made his heart sink even more was that a figure had passed him and was rushing forward. It was Suyu. He was carrying the mutated tiger demon with one hand, and his movement technique was even faster than him.